Thank you for these exact days that were wrote thousands of years ago, and now we're time of sorrow. So not the end, but the beginning. What a blessing it is to have your bis of your word. You are the word. So you're not a book. You're Hokodesh, your spirit. Ruach Hokodesh, Holy Spirit. So you are sovereign. You've created all things. So we must follow in your commandments. We must agape. We must love you. 2 John and 6. So it's going to be an HD fat chat only. And because we're not supposed to sup with vipers. We're not supposed to cast our pearls in the mud, Swine, low energy. So he cast the unclean truths. Remember, not a demon, but it was legion, many lies. A demon is a liar. An idolater is a liar who believes their own lies. Any lie, any jot change from scripture is the other gospel and is a demon, an idolater and a Nephilim. That's high desert faith and truth. Chat only. So we need to have a discussion here, because what I was thinking about was, oh, darn it. Where'd Sabrina go? Actually, Sabrina, where'd she go? Somehow I just hid Sabrina. Look, we need to have a discussion here. I've been thinking, I just hit her on it. Can you unhide her? Do you do that? Can you unhide Sabrina? Because you have the ability, I believe, to. Oh, I got a fly in there. Where is that fly? Where is it? I don't mind flies if I'm outside if I'm working, but I don't want flies in my house. Not where I sit down. Come on now, where'd it go? As soon as I sit back down, I don't hear it, but as soon as I sit back down, it'll buzz. That's how it works. So, is Arena back in here? Okay. So what I've been thinking about doing, guys, is people that have been here for a while, so the regulars, the family, the people that, who contribute to this ministry. And, I didn't want to overdo it, but, I'm thinking maybe I do. Not, do it. All things in moderation. But I was thinking about anybody who's been here, because I want to start moderating out anything that's not producing fruit in this chat. Like that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even have to, so we can just be done with it. There's no way. You're not supposed to sup with vipers, cast your pearls before swine. Remember? We give people 2 times, but we're past the time. Remember, this is past Democrat or Republican. This is past politics. This is past, this is an HD only, high desert. And so I'm thinking we need to, the regulars, we need to give the wrench. So we all have wrenches. So everybody in here, they know. And anytime somebody puts something on fruit, we'll just undo it. I don't need to. That's what I want in here. I'll give you the wrench. If you've been a regular, I trust you know what predestination means. Father created all things, right? Prohorizo, I divided my vessels of wrath. Somebody puts wrath in here, fitted for destruction, right? I mean, if it's crude or lewd, that's not, and we're past it. This is an adult-only chat, not childish, you know what I'm saying? That way we stand out. They come in here and boom, they're gone. Be done with them. I mean, we only got so much time on this rock to go be with Father. You know what I'm saying? There we go. See, but when you have to boom, done. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So we'll know our regulars. What do you think, guys? Because it's not my ministry. I just bring it up. You know what I'm saying? I just pull the ministry up. We still talk. We still do what we do in here. But you know what I'm saying? All right. This is right. Okay, outstanding. All right. I just took a little chooch off my I don't just want to give it out to everybody who comes in, but definitely the regulars. And if they've been here for a minute and the ministry decides, hey, we need to give that person the wrench, good comments. That's it. Just produce fruit. Just produce something good. Like, hey, you can grow, you can get 10 rabbits and get $3 or $7 and 3 does and can make as much meat as a cow. Oh, yeah. You pay her for a little bit and then bam. You don't have to contribute any money. If you have it, there's ways to do it, but we don't need money in this ministry. That's not what this is about. This is about producing fruit, or food, meat, and not watered down milk. So it might be different than, most people, but we don't, show us you have fruit. Prove your worthiness by your study. Come in here for a minute. Know that Father created all things. So there's no choice in the matter. Father, what, self-will? Self-will, but not free will. Some of these things are hard for people to understand. No, there's no I have free will. Okay, never mind. Remember, we don't celebrate anything in here. I hope you're not celebrating any holidays. You got to stand up to this system, brothers and sisters. Christ stood up to the money changers, remember? And the beast system is this, modern day taxation. We need to get back to community. You know what I'm saying? Does it make sense? We need to get back to, we only have so much time. We need to sup with do not sup with vipers. Do not cast your pearls in the mud. Vipers, are people who are got that halo above their head. That's the serpent, remember? He said, let no one take your crown. So Revelation 3:11, we need to be preparing that. We need to have that crown. Make sure, if not, we're going to have a crown to set at the feet of Shiloh, so we can get our inheritance. That is our prize. Shiloh is our prize. The scepter shall not depart from Judah. There's 2 riders on the white horses, remember, of Revelation. One holds the key to the pit and the inheritance to the church. He, remember, gives the key to the angel and the pit is open. That's what we're doing in here. We're showing you this pit ritual is here now, right now. This revelation is here. We're in it. Love it. They wrote about this generation, the remnant. We are that remnant, brothers and sisters. The chosen. Many are called, and few are chosen. Who do you say? Well, I'm not sure, but I question it. Make sure I'm still purifying myself as he purified himself. Maybe if I don't do that, I'll slow down a little bit. If I just don't feel like I'm in America. The only problem I have with America is America. Otherwise, remember, the land is beautiful, but the whole thing is gone here. So, but remember, I'm trying to move this same beautiful ministry that we have here to a second location so we can even prosper and grow, not just survive, but thrive. You know what I'm saying? Not just survive, because the time is coming, brothers and sisters, where you will be. Remember, they had extra bread and extra fish, and he had said extra oil. I wonder why he wants us to have extra oil. Not only because nobody knows the day or the hour, right? Only Father, the Most High, Shiloh, the writer, the creator. That's why he knows. He sent his son. That's why Christ doesn't know. This is separate, remember? Not a 3-in-1 God. That's what all this worship is of the sun god, Satan, Apollyon, Baphomet, the god that has breast and horns and hoofs and, hoof, horn, and beast, man, beast, and woman. The god birthed on December 25th, the Massey god. Catholicism, the deadly head wound that was healed in Scripture. It was outlawed. We've done it over and over here. I keep spinning you around that Yule wheel, huh? Showing you how this has all been perverted, where they got the New Year start right in the middle of the winter. What kind of fool would think the New Year starts, New life springs up in when? April Fools, you've been fooled. So I don't want none of that, that's all, if they don't know what year it is or even celebrating anything. I mean, you have a calendar, you can't figure out that you're not in the right time. You're banging pots and pans, you're banging the old, your secretary or whatever, the boss's wife or whatever, because you're all drunk at the party. And, like I said, remember, DUI goes up, domestic violence goes up, murder goes up, all during these sugar holidays, the holidays. You know what I'm saying? We're not to celebrate a single day under this covenant. He fulfilled all the laws of celebration. Father used to require, remember, the feast days, the end gathering days, the feast of end gatherings, the feast of trumpets, the feast of unleavened breads. I don't want to go through all this. You need to study this. You've got to know. Don't go back. Go see Brother Jim. I gave you the 2 avenues you should be looking at right now. You have your own. Share them here. Share your other good links. You know what I'm saying? All right. Honolulu. All right, cool. I did some training there in Honolulu. Lived on the Big Island, Hawaii. Got the experience. Live aloha. Like throw away your watch, man. That's rude. I know why, but you got to live it, not just say it, right? Got to live. You don't know if you ain't never lived on an island, brothers, sisters. And I'm not talking EpiPen Island here. There, Mr. PDF file president. He's been to the island. Remember? Put a 1 in the chat if you know PDF file president. He's a PDF file. I mean, let's be real in this ministry. The president is a PDF file. Put a 1 in the chat. Are you afraid that they're going to get on a list? They're going to know that you're, he's a PDF file and an EpiPen Island boy. So, God created all things. Yes, God created Bitcoin. Yes, God created Bitcoin. Martin, correct. Martin is correct. Not Tashi Nakamoto and not the CIA, even though they have that, because God created all things. So people don't know nothing. Remember he said you're supposed to be refined as gold and silver, brothers, sisters. Gold and silver, remember? And that has to be put in a heat through a lot of pressure for a long time before it burns off that impurities. So that's what I'm saying. That's what we're here to do. Be refined. That's what the thalipsis is that Paul said, to receive that crown, that thalipsis. Tribulation, the word tribulation, remember? So that kingdom is nigh and it's in you right now. And if you use that and you put that on as your armor and a weapon formed against you will prosper, beautiful, huh? Father just makes us like the Energizer Bunny. We don't do the April Fools, have sex with your mom, be fruitful, multiply. We're not under that old covenant. They love to do their Easter Fools, springing up like the Nimrod. But anyways, thank you. Like the Zippo, like, come on, baby, light my fire. So it just helped, yeah. So it'll help, guys. I'll help. I'm telling you, it'll bring me down off all this cursing. And I don't want to focus on America anymore like that. If I need to focus on the bride. So listen, the time is coming, brothers, sisters, where you will be able to help people. If you get yourself prepared right now, you could provide abundance in the future, not just survival. People just be hanging on to life, don't even have a life straw, but, or a Sawyer Mini, you know what I'm saying? They'll have abundance, extra rice, extra beans, and they'll be able to feed, be charitable. He said, the word is what we're supposed to be charitable with, but you don't have to share food with nobody. You don't have to share a damn thing with nobody. You need to share the word. You need to share the light. Do not hide that light in a basket. That is what we are charitable with this agape. Put all that other to the side. I know I'm all super motivated like a chipmunk trying to get a nut, always thinking about that. You got a brain this size, a big of a pea. That animal's got instincts. These people think I'm crazy because I want to fly south for the winter. I want to get out of here, remember? It's called instinct. These people have lost it, and I don't care. I don't want to sup with them anymore. They're vipers. He said, be wise as a serpent. Remember, a snake has instincts. People say I have a forked tongue. Well, whatever. He made me. I have 2 pinchers and a tail, too. Remember, I'm a scorpizzo. I'm the false teacher. Remember? I already told you I was birthed on the 13th. I didn't ask. I know why he made me birth me as this scorpizzo. So I may stay right over that target. Get you looking over here. And yep, that's what Father does. He'll sting you, won't he? He crushes the head of the serpent. So don't you worry. You better discern all things, I tell you. And I'm not saying that. They just, remember, I don't want this flesh like me. See, I'm a scorpizzo. I want to molt. I want out of here. I want out of this flesh. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't like this skin is not me. I'm Hokadesh. I'm Alathea. Not pure. No, not in this flesh. I'm not. I make mistakes all the time, huh? You see me in here. I defile the word. So let's keep this thing a little tighter in here too. And I'll probably, we know what's going on, right? This ain't about red or blue anymore, right? We don't do teams, lollipops, licking, lollipop, They make me want to wreck a rapper. Oh, never mind. So, what I'm saying? Want to enjoy these days. You know what I'm saying? It's just, people are in hard times right now. So let's prepare for the people who want to help themselves. If they're fence riders, don't worry about it. Father's already got them vessels of wrath. You know that. by now, if they don't have extra batteries, extra rice, extra oil, like he says, maybe a little extra cannabis oil or something like that, then, I don't know. They're not going to be able to help anybody. So screw them. Remember, they're retarded, screwed down. They can only go so far, and they're going to only make it so far. Remember, it's a marathon. Came out a little too strong, a little too pump chump, are you? No. These two eyes that are going to steal your crown, these two witnesses, he said, oh, twice. He always declares under this contract, we're not under the law. We're destined, not bound by fate, but by destiny. That's law. Fate is law. We're not by under the law. Remember? Predestination, prohorizo, I divided. I'll do the condemning. You just go out and share my light. Hallelujah, right? That's what it's all about. That's what you're here to do. He'll glorify and edify. If you were to pray, pray like this. Our Father. Pray means to have face-to-face time. I hope you're talking to him often. He knows what you want. He knows what you need. Remember, he's that still voice inside your head that's nagging at you to do something that you just won't do. Or that voice that, you know what I'm saying? People just don't have it. He makes them retarded. They don't have that voice inside them. Oh, he only writes that on the bride's hearts in blood, spiritual blood, right? He got whipped. How about with the stripes you earn? You earn in your stripes? So remember, you have the oil by purifying yourself and not participating in the beast, brother, sister, the Christo, to reach that holy of holies in that center, to be centered, hados, under this covenant, not of pride. Man and woman, Jew and Gentile, good and evil, Isreal, and Esau. Yep. He so loved Jacob. Remember who Jacob is. Don't let these people fall for religion, right? And his 12 families up against the Great Sea. These people are in for a big hurting. And remember, so he so loved, and he gave and called Isreal, and he hated Esau, who stole, right, his brother's inheritance, Jesus Christ, birthed on December 25th, Satan, Nimrod. And this is all about an inheritance, so they're not going to see it. And remember, they're riding the fence. And these people who ride the fence is, nope, he's the divider. Remember, he's the separator. They should already be on one side or the other. So alcohol could be used for medicinal purposes. Trading, they've always used it for trading, trading purposes. It's been barter, bullets, Band-Aids. People have got nothing to trade or barter, and they got no skill set. They'll get everything taken from them. They'll go and they have to eat somebody, eat your kids. They're, the McDonald's generation or whatever you want to call them. How many millions of burgers? They can't serve that many burgers. There's not that enough meat. Where do you think they're coming up with it? Yep. So there we go, man. See? So we don't talk about shapes in here. Go away, little. We don't care where you're sticking your square peg in somebody else's round hole. Go somewhere else, child. We don't talk about shapes. This is an adult-only stream. So thanks for coming in. Nice to see you. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Lord's a master. It's a pagan term, never written in the scriptures. Remember that, brothers and sisters. Get back to that canonized version of the word that is every word has been defined in the 12th century. So yep, nobody's going to stay in here if they're not producing fruit. It's a HD fat chat only. So if you're not producing fruit or you're a bad apple, you get thrown out. Because remember, a little leaven, that'll leaven the whole lump, all of it. It goes bad. Remember, leaven's that sin. Leaven is sin. So no leaven in here. Produce fruit. Come on. We only have so many times. You're going to walk on this rock. So, you're going to go around on a ball, or you're on a planet. If you're on a planet, you got to go. There's no planet. Nobody in here is on a planet. So go take your planet space ball worship. What is that? Spaceballs, the movie? Yeah. And go do your Darth Maul. You'll maul somebody else with your Jesus cracker Christ. Your booby Jesus. Stop it. No. See, we don't have to worry about it. Let's just keep talking about what. Thank you. So I think we got some here, brothers. Let's just do this HD fat chat only because, faith and truth is what this is about. Grace and truth remember, always be going over to Jim Brown, and please study. He is far superior in the gospel. He is not a magi, as I is a magi, and can give you this celestial gospel, bist in the firmament. He doesn't have it. I told you, please do not just come here for the teachings of the firmament, and go over there to mirror. If my gospel does not predestination, and the gospel that's taught here does not exactly, and I mean not even have any change, mirror his gospel, then I want you to go back over there, come back over here, and tell me where I made my mistake, please, and with the word. Got a deal, family? I mean, we are a family, right? This is what this is about. Those we're going to be with after we die. We're not here to, be liked. We're here to be hated by the world. Remember, if you were loved by the world, you'd be hated by my Father. I hope the world hates you. Grace and Truth, HD, High Desert. Remember, it's not for the quality of what you see. He warned about idolatry and imagery. Remember, he is the Word. He's the Word, is he not? He's the Word. Hokadesh. Can you see the Word? Things unseen is the word faith. Remember, you have by faith and faith only, the word, are you saved, but you have to endure, die, and then be resurrected from the dead flesh to be saved. Remember? So none of that. It's already chosen. It's already chosen. Prognosko, to mean have foreknowledge of. So go see Brother Jim, help refine you, get some of that Greek in you. Get a little bit of oligos, get a little bit of Greek. You're not tripping and stumbling. He said, you cause one of mine to stumble, you better have a millstone tied around your neck. Remember, I have that tattoo on my arm. It's probably the biggest tattoo I have, because it's the biggest mistakes I've made by improper teaching by myself, listening to people who don't know what the abyss hell they're talking about, no hell that they're no knowledge they're talking about, right? See how hell makes more sense when you define what hell is? And it's not below your feet. It's knowledge. Bis, bathos, busos. My people shall perish for lack of bis. I will throw them in the abyss. It's not a place. It's that empty space in your noggin, cranium, head. I don't know anybody knocking at your door. He says, knocking, I'll come sup with you. So people don't like this. They'll think you're on drugs, if you talk like that. Oh, remember? So don't worry about it. Thanks for just getting rid of them. Get them out of here. Get them out of here. Get them up against the wall. There's one that don't look right. There's one with spots. Find my way, I'll have all of you, Mr. Warp Speed. Jab shot, right? The Jabadooski. Remember, everybody got a Jabadooski, stand in line, get a shot, get a sticker, get the Pokemon, play the Pokemon game. Come on, play poker so my buddy can get rich, right? At Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, record earnings 2020, Tony. Oh my goodness, it just like a echo in space there in it. Yeah, it's like an illusion, deception. That's water. The age of Pisces. We're not in that age anymore. Aries is the bookends. Remember the Gemini. World War II equals World War III. There's a wrench. There's a wrench for sure. That's for show, for show, for show. Thank you. You've gotten yourself a wrench, Ram. Part of the family. Welcome to the family. Okay, thank you. Good stuff, man. I think it's going to work better for us too. We can stay more focused in here and just keep talking about what we see. Come on, guys. Kidnapping people off the streets is not very Christ-like. Even if if they don't have a piece of paper, come on. What if you didn't mow your lawn? They give you a ticket for that. What if you got a speeding ticket? That's a piece of paper. What the hell? Remember, he nailed not a piece of paper, but his flesh. We're not under paper law anymore, are we? Better stand against this. I'm sending out as a messenger, as a magi, this part of this angelos, this bis that's been written in the gospel. You have to stand. He stood and he was whipped. Does anybody want to whip you and hang you? Because they crucified him. They hated him. He wasn't loved. Love is agape, and he tells you to love him. He's the word, not the world. That's dirt. He don't want you to love anything of the dirt, not idolatry or imagery. Those are the same, pretty much little things of the dirt, statues, little idols, or 58-story tall Babylonian Manhattan towers, decorated with Satan himself. The people are blind as a bat. Remember, he's got his Batman and Superman tower. Please go see Casey from Enter the Stars to see his Batman and Superman decode. You need to decode. Casey is the man you need to go see for the decodes for everything you watch. You guys still watch all that stuff. He does too. I don't watch none of that crap. I don't want my eyes on none of that lame program, but it's all in there though. You need to watch those things. Remember, that's reminds me when I was 20 and 30 and 40. Those are 30 years of studying. I'm in my 50s now. Not that I don't. I'm just refined. I only want the gospel. This gospel only. Remember, I want the gospel and die. I wanted to share the gospel. I only want the gospel. I want to own another thing. I told you, I don't even need it. As long as I can do my wash, once a week, and I'm not building anything, so I don't get stinky or something, and I'll wear the same clothes for the rest of my life. I don't care about vanity. I don't care about what I look like. I'm so over owning things and having stuff. It's a burden. I want to let it go. Remember, that's why I'm donating. I want everybody should take what they own and donate to the ministry, not that your own. I mean, I'm just not saying, they couldn't tax it or take it if it was in the church's name. And what's coming with this great taking? Should be obvious what's coming right ahead of us, brothers and sisters. It's here. It's here. They're already taking your money, robbing you, inflating. The only inflation creation machine is, America. And nobody cares. The president's a PDF file. I don't think I got anybody that put a 1, but that's all right. I'll keep telling you. I already told you he was an island boy. I already told you he did Blind 11. Who else on this whole platform? All this interweb is interlinked. Mr. 4 plus 5 is 9. Mr. 4 plus 7 is 11. Blind 11. Everybody's blind as a bat. Remember the bat soup, out of the Wuhan market? They just mock people because people can't breathe. Oh, wait, that's why they made everybody say they couldn't breathe. Remember, 5G whiz, 60 millimeter wave, 60 gigahertz. So not worried about it. Everybody's got to, I'm just, it's obvious. I mean, it's been out on the black web, dark, these people are workers of darkness for decades. This hasn't been hiding. Remember, he said, don't hide that light in a basket. Thank you, Elsa, for speaking up. The beast system, man. We got to stand against the beast. The beast is this system that enslaves by taxation. That's what he stood up against in his day. He sent his son to do just that. Stand against the beast. So you ain't a disciple. You ain't no Christ-like person. Your master is the world. You're afraid of getting shot by some police officer more than standing up and saying, no, I don't need to show you a license. I have the right to travel under the 4th Amendment. I have the right to be secure in my house, papers, persons, and effects. No, I'm not sovereign. I'm not above the law. That's natural law. I've always said, you want to drive on people's private property? I'm going to get shot. Oh, see? Who are you going to get shot by? Either way, you're going to, so just drive down the road and live your life. Can't tax you. So what if that happens? That's the sins he's covering you for standing against the beast, not your going and doing these murderous things that you do by taxation, that you send your money to Ukraine. Just because you didn't kill those people doesn't mean you didn't kill those people. Yes, you did. You killed them with your W-2 dollars. Any one of you who have a W-2 right now, I rebuke you. Stop working for the system. You are paying this. You're going to pay taxes. You pay taxes on gas. You pay taxes on your land. But I rebuke you. Put a W-2 in the chat. Tell everybody in this chat that you're a murderer if you work for America. That's all you have to do. You want to know that if you're a murderer or not? Put a W-2. You filled out a W-2. Hey, you can actually not pay federal taxes. You know how to do that? It made it a whole lot harder to do, and I'm not telling you. You do it. It's up to you. You got to stand up, judge. That shall be judged. You go by some corporation, you're going to be judged as a corporation. You're going to stand, and that's exactly what he stood against. Yep, people judge. Oh, don't be so judgmental. Yeah, with righteous judgment, he condemns. He's the separator. You're being a scorpizzo. You're being a false teacher. You're telling people that they shouldn't judge. Yeah, you're supposed to stand against this beast. You're not supposed to celebrate anything. One day and get away from there. That way you won't be paying into their consumerism, right? There's the beast right there. Oh, there's sugar holidays. Oh, no. It's okay. Good to celebrate. The most vain thing you do is celebrate yourself or the birth of oneself. That there's only 2 birth dates in all of Scripture. One of them's Nimrod. Remember? Abadonald John, McNugget, Mr. Warp Speed, Mr. Moneybags. Woo-woo. DuckTales himself, like shooting ducks in a pond. They love it. They're like, what these vaccines are like? They're like mowing the grass to the elite. I go through grass like a mower with a forward mower. Remember? Like a game of chess, the little war game. If this was chess, I would have made you flip the board over. Colder than winning boat. I'm taking over. Yep. Look at this. Everything. Venezuela. This is a takeover. The government is just... Mexico is gone. The silver. That's what they want. They need war. That is the lifeblood of the military industrial complex. Silver is the bank killer. Save silver, save lives. Imagine that. If there was 500 on the end of a cruise missile and they only had 499, then they couldn't drop it. They'll throw their gold and silver in the streets, and they already are. Imagine that. Yeah, we've been doing it for how many decades? Shock and awe. So, think about it. Just one way, brothers, sisters, 1 ounce of silver, and you save, you save a life. Think about how many Iranian, if you fly this flag this way, burn it to begin with. Why are you flying flags? That's the only way. It's the only way, brothers, sisters, that flag should be flown. You can't tell me that military on 19 streets, they're getting ready to put them right here in Oregon, Chicago. Come on, man. This is disgusting. This is the lifeblood. This is what makes sense. World War I, switches and circuits and tanks and airplanes and helicopters. You don't think they have silver? How many ounces you think there's on a military destroyer? You know what I'm saying? Come on. Save silver, save lives. I'm not talking about for a monetary investment. It is actually. Remember, we purchased some for the ministry. How much is silver an ounce right now? Remember? I was trying to get people to buy silver that was $14 an ounce. I don't care. You better have some beans and rice, remember? You better have a water filter. I'm retired. I have abundance. I'm not going to teach you just how to, survive but thrive. Look at that, man. And that's cheap. It's been $50 in 2012. It's been $50 in the 80s. And silver, the price is irrelevant. It's a purchase. It'll buy. They can't hack your silver. Physical silver. They can't hack your physical gold. Thrive. Get off the grid. Become your own power company. Empower yourself by getting off the grid. Get a water filter. Become your own water company. Pretty much, right? Filter your own water. I filter my own water, every bit of water. Get a life straw. Okay? Have some extra rice and beans for your neighbors so they don't come try to eat you. They have a whole day, let alone a meal in their life, their whole, even adult life. It's crazy. A lot of people in here came a long ways to get here, remember, and are living a good life. Kicking them out of here. Yeah, we're in the middle of the desert. It's not about what you see. Idolatry and imagery. Careful. This world's trying to rob your vision, visually poke, give you verbal and visual voodoo. They've been poking at you for a long time. Got stung by the spelling bee, didn't they? Yes, I know it. I don't care. There's a father inside me that sees what you got away with. Everybody's getting away with nothing. I don't care if they're watching me. The government, they know. They watch me. I've been watching. I have 6 YouTube channels. I know I'm the only one who's putting out the blind 11, 9, 23. World War II equals World War III. It's happening in turning American citizens. I warn you, now they're doing it. Not the foreigners, but the actual poor people. Just too poor, you're going in a work camp. So, because Father puts me in here for you, because you don't listen. So just block me, please. Yeah, they're physical. It's a safe haven asset, brothers, sisters. I'm not pumping gold or silver, but it has been gold. Look, a gold ounce and a silver ounce at the time of Rome was the same. Gold is the first, or excuse me, silver is money. Silver is the first money in Scripture. This is a piece of paper. This is a debt note. This is an IOU. Jamie Dimon said there's gold and silver. I don't have a gold. Never had to sell my gold to get an attorney, but there's gold and silver, and everything else is an IOU. It's credit. He said it's credit. That's all it is. It's a credit. It's a debt note. They fooled everybody with a silver certificate, but as 1971, you could go take, 73, you could take your $2 certificate and go get 2 gold silver eagles or get your gold piece back. But they didn't do that. Richard Nixon, remember 71? France came over here, said, give us our gold back. In 1945, remember the greatest military ever? Put all your gold in Fort Knox. That's stupid. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. I wonder how many times that's been replicated. Okay, anyways, back to 1971. France comes back here and says, we want our gold back. Remember Fort Knox? What happened to auditing Fort Knox? It's okay. Anyways, what happened to auditing the Fed? Okay. Anyway, so go back. Remember in 1973, you can't go back into the bank now, and you can't say, okay, I don't trust you system anymore. I'm my own central bank. And if you didn't like the system, so up until then, you could use that, but they configure. They carry, it's clanky and you're in your pocket and it's heavy. Just let us. They swamp people, brothers, sisters, and I hate to break it to you. You are the swamp, okay? So, man, you know what? Goldbacks weren't so good that long ago, Death. But when silver hits $36 or $3,600 or over, those goldbacks. I was thinking about that the other day because that's fractional gold. That's fractional gold. Okay, that's fractional gold. what is the best way to find out if you've got gold or silver or regular stainless? Silver will always weigh the same. Silver has a tone to it. You can ping test it. Listen to this. You can ping test silver. Okay. Silver has a certain tone to it. Certain has a silver weight. You're going to put it on a scale, and a silver should weigh 31.3 ounces for an ounce. There's lots of ways. Don't worry. Don't buy silver from an unreputable dealer. Only buy from your LCS local coin shop and the local online dealers that have been there for, such as the largest distributor. I don't get any royalties or anything. I'm not giving you any financial advice. Contact your financial advisor to make any investments through Charles Schwab or any other financial investments, please. But if you take, remember, silver was the first money in Scripture, the silver dinar. Remember, I'll go back in time. Let's go back to silver and gold. Remember, these were both equally 1-to-1 by ratio. Money is a tool of manipulation. Price, you think it's price. This isn't money. This is money. Silver's money. Gold is money. They call silver and gold money. Well, they call silver money in some of the Asian nations, but people think this is money. Nope. Now they're a 0 and a 1. They've been blockchained, and now they're going to be chained to the digital chain, tokenized communism. You heard it here first. Digitally blockchain tokenized communism. Remember the cock rock people, like a rodeo ride. I mean, like the horsey ride at the Kmart. Careful. They'll double stuff you like Big Bob and Harold and Kumar. Like an Oreo. Careful. From front and back, you put, hey, maybe they got dual rides. Hey, try to get your man riding dirty. All right, anyways, so, oh yeah, they don't want to hear that. So anyways, so yeah, they'll take you. They got road raiders here, remember? Not on, with guns armed to the teeth that'll steal your gold and silver. Well, they'll steal your paper payments, your Venmo, your 010101. Now they think a 01 or a piece of paper is actual money. So anyways, remember, Father made money. This is God's money. Gold and silver are God's money. Don't fool yourself. Remember, they sold Christ. For Christ's sake, they sold him for 30 pieces of silver. Remember? They price of silver, they ratio. It's a ratio. Stop. It's what it buy you. Let's stop talking in your head. Gold and silver were valued 1-to-1. At the time, just let me put this down. If I had a gold ounce at the time of Rome, I could buy you a defined, they wore thread. Remember Constantine, Rome, the Council of Nicaea, they wore togas. Remember? I don't know what the thread count was on those curtains or whatever. He whipped the people selling the doves or what, but I'm sure that thread count was probably more than your nice, finest sheet. So, but anyways, you can find the finest toga money you could buy. You could take and get a nice steak dinner with, and take your lady out to a steak dinner and buy a bottle of wine. Okay? For 1 ounce of gold. And I don't care where you go out in history, this is called purchasing power. It's called generational wealth. They put this stuff away for generations. This just gets inflated away. See, that's not even a real piece of paper. Oh, see? Can you tell what's real and what's not? Probably not. Don't Atmex, JM Bullion, SD Bullion. Only buy from the reputable dealers online. Okay, you better get in on it pretty soon because they're going to start doing some shortages like they during the COVID. I was trying to tell people, brothers, sisters, to buy a Silver Eagle for $17-18 before the COVID. I used to walk around with a $20 bill in my pocket, and I used to I've done this for decades, more than a decade, and put a piece of silver in their hand and ask them, what would you rather have? Some people would actually say they'd rather have this. And some people, where did you get that? People I put a piece of silver. I don't have it anymore. All mine got stolen, but don't tell anybody which silver at, and it won't get stolen. There you go. There's no third-party risk. That's the nice thing. They can't they can't hack it. If you don't hold it, you don't own it. I'm not talking about an SLV paper contract. That's hold it in your asset like a stock or something like that, right? A put, stop, stay, whatever. You guys been merchandisers, all stock to the stake to the stock exchange by number. I guarantee every one of you are bonded, and by birth, you've already given up this. All right, I'm going to move on. Anyways, this is money. They can't do that to this, can they? Oh, no, they can't stock you, but with this mighty dollar here, the inflation creation. Try to remember, us sisters, they're telling you where they're going with this on this bill, and they've been telling you for quite some time. The greenback, green to gold. So let's get back to gold. So in probably the 1800s, remember, okay, let's go back in time. Remember Rome, 1-to-1, gold to silver. Stop thinking of it as price. Remember I told you during the COVID that the premium, when I was trying to tell everybody before the COVID, it was 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I said it was under $20. I put a $20 bill in your hand, and I'd had millionaires ask me where I get a piece of silver. Well, they own millions of dollars of tractors, land, but they don't own any actually physical metal. Maybe they might have some in their paper, but they've never. That's pretty amazing, huh? Check this out. Can you keep up? So can you keep up, brothers, sisters? I'm not, listen, just follow me. I'm not giving you any investment advice. I'm trying to give you the historic record. It's not what it'll buy you. Yes, it is. That's called purchasing power. It's generational wealth. You stack enough gold and silver, you are wealthy. Anyways, don't have too much. He said it'd be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of the needle than a rich man through the gates of heaven. So all rich people go to hell. How do you measure your wealth? In ounces, dollars, and cents? That don't make no sense. I measure my in golden nuggets, eggs, chicken nuggets, butt nuggets. Anyways, or what I do, I measure mine in ounces and acres and pounds. Okay, sometimes not steak. Oh yeah, see, different. You do it in dollars and cents. Then remember they clipped the penny, so that makes no sense like America for sure. All right. Anyway, so back at the time of Rome, 1-to-1, a gold and silver ounce would buy you a steak dinner, a bottle of wine, and the finest toga money can buy you. Okay, so you go into the. I live like I'm in the 1800s. Look, I can't live in this modern world. I'm a high tech redneck, so it looks like a John Wayne movie set out here. We got a picture of the Duke over there in the Rusty Dragon. So, speaking of taking a Duke, all right, this is the other cabin, the second cabin. All right. So, anyways, if you go into the time of the 1800s, gold was stop thinking price. It was $20, but stop thinking price. That would buy you the finest. If you're a zoot suitor, I'm not. Hold on, that's a different. Anyway, so the finest hand-tailored suit money we could buy. And if it's a lady, it could have been a dress. You know what I'm saying? Same thing. Finest tailored suit money could buy. Okay, a nice steak dinner and take your lady out for a bottle of wine. So I need your participation in this chat now. So you get buy the toga, bottle of wine, a steak dinner, the hand-tailored suit, steak dinner, and a bottle of wine. What's an ounce of gold today? Look at what it is in Canada. I need the 2 different ounces, and I need the out-the-door price, not the spot price. I want the price to hold it in your hand. The physical metal, not the SLV, the GLD paper contract. I want the physical metal price. If you don't hold it, you don't own it. So what is a gold ounce right now for a gold buffalo? I want a gold buffalo in the Canadian dollar and a gold buffalo from Atmex. The Atmex price, they're the largest distributor of bullion on this rock. You'd never get a piece of gold, fake gold from Atmex or silver. No, probably in Canadian money, guys. That's crazy. Now watch in Canada, somebody might be north, and it's different prices in different countries, guys. You better think about what I'm telling you here too. But really better think about how where you're at and where you're positioned in bullets, band-aids, and beans and water filters and ways to protect before you ever participate in any kind of precious metals. But once you're there, what is a gold ounce in America right now for a gold buffalo? What's a gold ounce for in Canada? And then we'll do our comparison. Oh, it's been above 35. Thanks, Cody. But it got record highs again. It just, what gold is a barometer of chaos, brothers, sisters. The more the chaos, brothers, sisters, the higher the price. I'm telling you, go look out through history, and gold's at an all-time high. You think nothing's happening? Military on 19 states in the street, central banks buying gold up. Now we know that Mr. Warp Speed is a PDF file. Put a 1 in the chat if you know that the president is a PDF file. We know it. He went to EpiPen Island. Nobody's talking about Billary. Nobody's talking about that Pizzagate when he was in there the first time. 4 + 5 is 9. Now is skip Joe Biden. 4 + 7 is 11. President 9/11 was in the first time. Yeah, see, it's stupid, man. Nobody cares. Not in America. So don't worry about it. We care. We talk about this. We don't care what the government puts us on the list. Government is mind control. Mental, govern to control mind control. Got to hit them with the mind control, So people are going to just, so what is that? What is a gold ounce right now for a gold buffalo, guys? Somewhere in off Amex. Give me the Amex price. The Amex price. Thanks for, hey, whatever, man. Father's gonna condemn you if you don't stand up this beast. He's gonna, oh man, I don't favor people who, like I said, Father condemns, but they gotta, if you don't stand up, man, you're already screwed. So it's just a lifetime. Your prize waits, man. Seriously, you put your treasure on this rock, or you can put it in a higher place. So 3,700 Canadian for an ounce. Okay. That's the spot price. Is I want for a gold buffalo out the door for a gold buffalo. Okay. Gold buffalo, 3,600 roughly. Can you guys come on? Give me the Amex price right now. You guys go right now. That's what I'm saying. Spot price. You lock in at that price right there. Then you'll already start out of doing this, or at least tell people how to. And I'm not telling you to do this. I'm not giving you any financial advice. People already done this. Okay. So, Amex, there's a price on the Gold Buffalo, and then there's a Canadian price if you're in Canada. Look at the difference of the two, please. I want to show you that before we move on. I'll go right back where I went through everything again, real quick. Silver used to be gold and silver were 1-to-1. Stop thinking of it a price as a tool of manipulation. If you don't hold it, you don't own it. They're the central banks. They're the ones who print the money. They lower it low. Oh, crap. You don't hodl, hold on for dear life. You take it out of your safety, sell them, they get it. The banks get it back. They make it real expensive. They're the ones who print it. They get it back. Hallelujah. We're just talking about how to, how to put, this is Father what tells us. He says, have extra oil, brother, sister. So you might, in this transition, who cares if you lose everything? Remember, now you got a skill set. But Father told us this is extra oil. These are ways that you can beat the system. Father doesn't want you in the system. This is a way to step out of the system. Father, this is a good way to stick it to the man. They want you to buy their fractional reserve system. Remember their fiat currency where they got their only ones with the inflation creation machine where they have throughout every time, brothers, sisters, there's been 4,800 paper currencies. China was the first one to inception the paper payments, okay? There's been 48 circulation currency, not money. This is money. Notice you are a good student and you get schooled and channeled and you put your money in the bank, right? Each side of the bank, the river bank, to birth you into this currency, paper payments, currency. This is money. So notice that, right? How much, what would this buy you in 1913 and what it'll buy you now is what we're talking about, is the purchasing power of what it will buy you. Stop thinking about price. Price is a tool of manipulation. It's what it'll buy you. Purchasing power, generational wealth. They used to put away gold and silver because it retained its wealth. So stop thinking of yourself as wealthy. Most people live on credit, on paper payments. That's not wealth. You can get it all robbed by inflation. They print 1 trillion of these every 100 days. That would take you 360,000 years to pay me off at $1 million a day. You coming back with $1 million every day? That's just $1 trillion, okay? So there we go, brothers, sisters. Thank you so much, Connection. An American gold buffalo ounce was priced between approximately Canadian dollars at $51.40 and 5,300 bucks. Okay, so he gave you a variance. Look at that, guys. $5,400 is what it costs you in Canadian dollars. So please give me the Amex price on a gold ounce today in the America, because I'm American, and I love the Canadian Mint, and I don't care about their milk spots on their silver. I don't care about it. It's like bullion, but I'm a weight collector. I don't care what's on it. Remember, I don't measure my wealth in paper, dollars and cents. I measure it in golden eggs and 16-ounce steaks, ounces and ounces, and pounds and yeah, milk in bags. There you go. So what's the price right now, brothers, sisters? $35.77. Thank you all. So look at the difference, guys. $35.77, guys. $35.77. Brothers to the sisters of the north, you guys are getting rocked in Canada. Look at that, guys. About $5,100 to $5,300 for Canadian, for American buffalo. Guys, look at the two prices. So if I'm not mistaken, and it's because, now listen, watch, because I'm trying to show you that it keeps up no matter what. Okay? And no matter what, it keeps up. Listen, guys, even though it's more expensive up there in Canadian dollars, that gold is keeping up with it up there. The gold is keeping up with the inflation in Canada. Okay? Just like it's hard to believe that you know what I'm saying, in America, that's happening but it's keeping up. So $3,600, if I'm not mistaken, in America. Remember, let's go back in time real quick. It'll buy you the finest toga money will buy, a nice steak dinner if you want to take your lady out for a steak dinner, a bottle of wine. You go to the 1800s, it was $20 an ounce, brothers and sisters, for an ounce of gold. In the 1800s was $20 an ounce. That would buy you the finest hand-tailored suit money could buy you, a nice steak dinner and a bottle of wine. And if I'm not mistaken, at $3,600 an ounce for a gold buffalo, that will buy you an Armani. That's one of the top line suits on the market, a nice steak dinner, and you probably have enough to get that bottle of wine, wouldn't you, for that same ounce of gold? And it wouldn't matter if you're in Canada because theirs is more up there. It's going to cover it. That ounce of gold is going to keep up with it, brothers, sisters. You understand? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? How that works, brothers, sisters? Even though it's more in Canadian dollars, it's gold. It's going to keep up with that rate, no matter, even America, because they're, you see how that works? Are you guys getting that? Put a 1 in the chat if you understand what I was just saying. They can inflate you out of this. They can inflate you out of this. They can turn this. There's been 4,800 paper currencies, brothers, sisters, that have been put into circulation, and every one of them has sank to zero, gone to their inherent value of toilet paper, brothers, sisters. They were putting wheelbarrows. Forget in the 20s, brothers, sisters, they were pushing around wheelbarrows of this stuff. Venezuela, where we're dealing with now. Why do you think they want Venezuela? We already tried to displace Venezuela, brothers, sisters, going in there already once and messing them, where a cheeseburger went $5 Bolivar for a cheeseburger. $5 Bolivar in Venezuela went to $500, brothers, sisters. 500 Bolivar. Okay, I'm trying to relate what you say. 1 ounce of gold at that time would buy you a whole month's worth of groceries, brothers. Sisters. Same time. They can inflate you out of this. They can't hack this. They can't inflate this. And pretty soon you see that this, I'm not giving economic advice, that this chain is this restraint that has been in a bear market, meaning they've been pushing this down. They make the paper price of this, brothers, sisters. I've been trying to show everybody, you get the paper price, you buying this off the paper contract, the physical metal, it's rigged back. There's no other market where you say, hey, I've got a home and you guys all want to invest on it, we'll base the price off the physical home, right? You guys want to buy shares like a timeshare, you get cut it up 10. It's, it's a $100,000 home, $1,000 home. We all pay 10,000 each, right? We all have a share, on the home, right? That's how they base the paper price off the asset, the physical asset, right? Not in this business of precious metals, brothers, sisters. They've been papering over this market where they put the price of the physical metal is based off the paper. And nobody would listen to me for all these years. I was telling people during the COVID before, when it was $19 and the premium was only $1 for a silver eagle. So I used to put those $20 bills, like one $20 bill and a silver ounce in somebody's hand and say, what would you rather have? And they go, wow. Well, yeah, well, I'm not giving you advice. I'm just telling you. And there, it went up to $50 for a silver eagle, brothers, sisters, during the COVID. $50. The premium was $25 for the spot price, plus the high demand, because silver eagles are, if you print this is just bullion. This just weight. It don't matter what's on. It's bullion. It just has the 999 1 ounce on it. It's got to have on it. Don't get that if it doesn't have the 39's fine. If you make a copy of this, you're going to go to jail for a couple years, few years. You make a copy of a silver eagle, you're going to prison, federal prison for 10 years. There's a reason you pay a premium on a silver eagle. I hate the silver, the U.S. Mint. They're supposed to print as many eagles as they're supposed to is demand, and they're not doing that. They're totally failing the Constitution. Actually, the Constitution has been failed because remember, the money is supposed to be not on pieces of paper. It's supposed to be gold and silver minted, right, by the U.S. Mint. That's how that's supposed to be, right? Silver eagles as many as demand, but our money is supposed to be in gold and silver by the Treasury without interest. Now it's by some central banks, the Federal Reserve, which is not federal. That's as federal as Federal Express. Okay, no, not the USPS. That's federal. That people see they got this. Everybody's so tricked. Your address, put the postmark with the address of your doorway. The people, their houses, they're lost. So paper payments, 4,800 of these put in circulation since the 12th century, I believe it was at China. Every one of these sank, brothers, sisters, except for the current currency, the ones that are floating around in currency, but they'll all go to zero too and sink. Gold and silver have never gone to zero. They'll throw their gold and silver in the street. You can't eat it. Yeah, they already are. Cruise missiles, 500 ounces, smart boxes, whole smart box of silver, monster box, right? So smart. Who's smart? Putting that at the end of a cruise missile and dropping it on children in Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, right? Oh, yeah. You don't think it takes silver? They'll throw their gold. Everybody says that in scripture. Oh, it says silvers will be nothing. That's not what it means. You're an idiot. Gold and silver have always been money. It'll never be worth zero. Now, I'm not telling you, I'm giving you no economic advice. Remember, you're laying next to a 20-pound gold bar, and you ain't got no beans or rice. You ain't gonna care about no stupid precious metals. You'd be like, man, I should have listened to that pastor who got those beans and rice. Start to put it all. Come on, put it in. Yeah, get your lottery ticket, put it in. This is luck. It ain't luck, brothers, sisters. It's wealth. If you have enough extra rice and beans, a water filter, a way to protect your family, your way for things, then you might look into the precious metal sectors, okay? Because it's generational wealth. People have always put it away since the beginning of time and store it for their families so that they wouldn't get robbed by the inflation of all these people who use their head, brothers, sisters, think the government's always there going to be to save them, right? Yeah, okay, whatever. So we'll move on. It's just, please be smart about this. There's more to life than precious metals. But if you're at the front side of something right now, the markets are just starting to do. If silver is not, it's not even at its all-time high. And I was trying to get people in at 19, 50, 17, 18, 19. Now it's up to 41 with a premium. It's how much is a silver eagle right now on APMEX for me? Can you guys look that up for me, brothers, sisters? Thanks to HD Fat Chat only, where we're not talking about swine. We're trying to talk about ways we can make a difference. We can have abundance, and we can be charitable to others in the future, not only with the word, but with rice and beans. Maybe have an extra life straw. That would be a lifesaver. Imagine that. It's even shocking and kick your stockings, your 2 big feet out of here, okay? Big feet. Take your Yeti, your Snowball, Big Feet, whatever, your polar bear, whatever, your Coca-Cola, cane, get out of here. I don't sup with vipers. Notice it's blue. All right. Anyways, seriously, bro, says you want to give them a life straw, and don't do it on one of these holidays. Say, hey, I love you. I care. That'd save a life. Boy, imagine giving that when somebody was thirsty and you could show them to a water source. Hey, you could drink out of the back of a toilet. I know there's somebody that'll filter it. The side of that puddle over there, that pond, down the side of that curve, that water's flowing. There you go. Bless you. Have some abundance. Don't be less. Actually, don't be less. Here, have abundance. I don't want you to be less. I want you to be more. Do you understand? Don't understand me. You should overstand. Stop letting them play with your words. Life, straw, brothers, sisters. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice? To be able to have an extra one of those someday. That gets somebody by for 10 years, maybe. One of these to get them by for their whole life. That's 100,000 gallons. That's a husband and a wife. They should have separate ones. Every one of you better have one of these right now for you and your kids. I mean, every one of them should have me. Show them what it is and tell them what it is so they know. Then learn how to make the water filter, making charcoal. It's not hard to make a water filter. You use your T-shirt, make a fire, take those, don't let that thing completely, if you have to, you get it going, let it get up the fire and then let it go out, and then take those charcoals, use that charcoal, look for sand, some kind of sand, gravel. There you go. You got a filter. You can, but if you can't boil your water, right? Well, yeah, I can because I just had a fire going, So come on, focus. Fire with a plastic bottle. There's lots, anyways. So you got to get skill set up, brothers, sisters, because everything gets taken from you. You know what I'm saying? The lambs, right? That was the spring. So I'm sure that the foolish virgins, remember, they were at the store getting oil. It tells us to have that extra oil, so we won't get the door slammed in our face like Noah. Remember, they were caught on the other side of the door. Oh, listen, we want in. Why do we listen? Imagine that water was up the door. It already shut, because then it would have flooded the ark. Door shut, and those people that came up to their knees, I bet there were scratches at the door about that. Let us in. Oh, we should listen to you. We're sorry. Up to their neck. Can you imagine the claw marks if they ever find that ark? It's going to be claw marks on the side of that door in there. People wishing they had gotten that ark when old Noah was building that ark, huh? Not one drop, not one. Crazy old man building an ark, putting up stores for the animals and for a long journey. A marathon, if you will, an undetermined mission, undetermined destination unknown. Don't even know I'll be coming home. Your left, right, left, right, left. Yep, you better march like a soldier. If I die here on the battlefield, I hope that God will bless me and reincarnate me as a soldier so I can live to fight again. Carry on. Move out, draw fire. Woo! He said, feet of fire, eyes of fire. Remember? That's what it said. There, hope you're producing the fire. He said, don't hide that in the basket. Remember? Light. Arizzo. Don't be the Scorpizzo now. HD fat, brothers, sisters. We're doing it live. HD, not for the quality of what you see, because that's idolatry or imagery. It's for the it's content, right? Whatever. We'll get a studio. I'm going to set one up down in Ecuador. Hopefully our Father will push me. I'll make plans. He has me chained, remember, to the ministry right here. Got to stay here in America. Got to keep building one nail at a time. You too can build your own American dream, one nail and board at a time from the ground up. That's how I did it out here in the bushes. Did it quarter cock, not even halfway there. Seriously, if I had more people, or I always think about what would be this place to look like if there was 5 people out here. Like, whoa, this place would be like, it already is pretty intimidating when I drive up to it and stuff away from it, how much I've got done for just by myself out here. It's just incredible, considering that 6 years ago that I had to start all over with the tent again. So, but that's all right. Yeah, so it is what it is. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Yeah, everybody gets to be a mod around here if they produce fruit. We just changed the channel, so it's going to be, if you produce unclean fruit, you can't stay in here. You have to produce fruit. One bad apple upsets the whole apple cart. He says don't sup with vipers, or remember leaven was sin, and little leaven leavens the whole lump. Like one bad apple, it will spoil it. It will, you can't hang out in a crack house, trap house, whorehouse with $10 in your pocket and think that you're just some upright person. And after a while, you're going to be like, what do we get for $10? Come on. And you know what she's going to say. Anything you want, right? So you don't sup with vipers, purify yourself. So, of the world, what you do in your own time, your own business. I'm just saying, Christ hung out with a whore. I don't want to hear about it. Just leave me alone. Don't worry about it. Just take it up with the Father. It's the Word. He's the Word. And He's the Word. You can't see the air, and you can't. I'll make you see why Stevie had to wonder. Really? Welcome to my Rolodex, mind, brain, skull. Quantum D wave, not millimeter. That's like a measurement, right? How about kilograms? I said ounces and pounds. We're bringing the heat. Wait, the fire. That's what I was going to start. Charging my battery. Oh. We got them arguing about the word on the Homesteading channel over there on people of the other Jesus. That's good. Some people are, because I said the Most High doesn't dwell in temples or house made by hands. It's spiritual. And people are all, well, no, there's a physical because there's temples. Okay, all righty then. You boy got that all forwarded already, don't you? Perverted. So, anyways, thank you. Welcome to HD Fat. We only allow the people who are producing fruit to stay in the ministry and talk about things that matter. And you can have side conversations here within the ministry. I'm fine with that, but they're, good thing it's shadow banned, and we won't have. I don't care if it ever gets. It will. Sometimes it does. The algorithm is what. Remember the Al Gore? Rhythm is a dancer. Pardon me. That sparks it. If I say the wrong words, it slows the chat down. It won't let the filter. If I was really careful and spoke in alien dialect tongues, remember, no such thing as speaking in tongues. It could speak around the algorithm. I could let the people come in here. You so much, not what you're saying in here matters, is the audio picks up my, I'm a shadow banned account. I've done 6 YouTube channels, more than that. I'm just saying 6 that are currently up. And so I've been doing it for a dozen years, and they know who I am as soon as I come in, and pick but I can work around it, but I don't care. Remember, I only want us in here now. So that's why we're wrenching out. We're going to wrench these people right out of here. Right. It'll help. I'm telling you, it will. It'll slow and steady me out. Else, see, I've already cursed a lot less, right? Flipping rights, boys. I went to the dam to get some damn water, but the damn man told me to keep me his own damn water. I said, oh, wait a minute. I went to the dam to get some damn water. The damn man said, oh, he didn't have any damn water. So I told the damn man to keep his own damn water. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm seeing if I can tune into one of the old streams. Nice. Zachary. Yeah, we've seen Zachary in here before. We're going to give Zachary, I know we've seen him in here before. I don't think, we'll moderate somebody, if they start producing swine. But thanks for coming back in, Zachary. We're trying to produce fruit, man. You know what I'm saying? Trying to produce things that are, thanks coming back. We're going to give everybody the wrench. We kind of made a group decision here that people come in, they're gonna get intimidated if everybody's got the wrench. They're gonna come in there, a bunch of trolls, they're a bunch of wrenches, they ain't gonna have to hear it. And you guys can, do the drug pushing to get them out of here. I won't talk about it, won't have to worry about it. We'll just keep trying to stay prepared, man. There's a time coming, brothers and sisters, where you're gonna be able to be not just survive, where people are just barely hanging on life, and you're gonna be that hand, not brothers and sisters, not this hand like this. And there's nothing wrong. Remember, Father loves charity, but you're going to be that hand lifting that person up. Father loves charity on both sides. Try to remember that. Father, not somebody who doesn't want to learn how to fish, brothers and sisters. Remember, you give him fish for a couple days, but if you don't want to fish and you take the pole and he keeps coming back and bugging you for fish, that's not what you got to help people who want to help themselves. That's what this ministry is about, not fence riders. We're not, we don't do that. Actually, remember, we're not in the matrix. We don't do that. We're already outside the fence and we're not in prison. Remember, we already snuck out the gate. We're not going to get pinched in. Remember, we're already in our own personal, that's coming, but we already have gone through that, right? Because we know what it is. Only those that fit that heaven, this kingdom of heaven is within, brothers and sisters, is here now. We've already fit through that straight gate, have we not? If we purified ourselves, and we keep doing it until we get to there, so we can mirror him and do exactly what he did. He did until he died. He did it. They killed him for doing it. So I hope you're doing it. And what I'm talking about is standing against this by having extra oil. Stop partaking in the system. Nobody's going, no, you got to stay in the system. You got to pay with $1. No, you need to buy store eggs that are 30 days old and they've been washed, all the bloom off them. And no, it's not. You should eat genetically modified food. Genetically modified food's good for your gut bacteria and sugar. It's so good. It makes you so acidic, so good. It's like you're like a battery acid, like battery acid, you don't have no charge, but you're the acid. So it's good for you. You should. The government loves you. Stay inside, go indoors, flatten the curve, trust the government, shelter in place. Lean. I mean, come on, we can go to the Super Bowl, measure all that little stuff you in a Super Bowl because they love you and they want to give you the sticker and they want to give you the update, the booster. Oh, I'm not seriously, I didn't get stuck on dumb or repeat. I'm not skipping them. They really like to boost you. They want to keep you updated. Remember, they've got their Anderskin pooper with their Operation Mockingbird. Remember, they do. They've got all their television talking heads like Mr. Warp Speed. He's talking like what? Taking over Venezuela, wanting the oil, make Greenland a great revolution fight, red team, blue team, because we will love you. We're going to do, because you love your country, you're going to send all your children into war, the finest that the nations have, because you love your country and you love your flag, right? You don't love America. You love being a slave to the dollar. Remember, pay with the dollar. No dollars. You can't pay with dollars. That's you're a criminal if you pay with dollars. Only drug users and drug dealers use dollars. Remember, trap house, crack house. What do we get for $10? All right. I don't know what to tell people. They're just going to keep doing it. You know what I'm saying? They're going to keep doing it. Keep participating in this beast system until the very end. And you got to stand up against it to the very end. And you're going to suffer. And it's going to cost you. But you can thrive in this environment, not survive. And that day is coming. You just watch it. If we don't get it until after we die, who cares? At least we die trying. We have that extra oil, as he said. There's many people who have already died, brother, sister, didn't go to heaven. Nobody goes to heaven when they die. That's not what kingdom of heaven is already here. The one judgment for everybody who's ever lived. I don't care how old you think this rock is. That's one judgment, one raising from the dead, one from the, from the ashes and the dust. That is the last trump. So you could have died a long time ago. Did you have extra oil then? Because when he returns, that's your day. You know what I'm saying? So you need to have had it way then. It's like people who in Helene. Many people got out because they didn't like the whole thing that was going on with 45, and then the whole whatever, and then 46 and even 44, and went up into the hills, and all those things. They got washed out, and they had all their preps in place, brothers, sisters. They were hardcore. They had ham radios, and like me, they had a shelter all dug out or whatever, and they had that thing rooted out the plumbing, brother, brothers, sisters. Some of those places just literally got washed off. The whole town scrubbed off the map, right? They were prepared. They had beans, bullets, guns, rice, bag, preparedness food, long-term food store. They had it all, man. They had that thing filled, and they still just got washed right off the map, huh? What a waste of time, huh? One of those people, isn't that the stupidest thing? They could have spent their time just living their life, huh? What do you think about those people? Put a comment in the chat. Come on. What do you think about those people who died in Helene? You're not spending your whole life trying to pay a power bill, water bill, because you are powered. Remember, you're your own power company. You eat your own eggs that you make, and you can start to create abundance and not just keep getting inflated away out of their system. And it's never going to work, my sisters. The whole idea was, oh my God, you're gonna get a good education, you're gonna go to school, and you get a college degree, and you're gonna make so much money that your neighbor's gonna be griping and bitching at you that their lawn isn't growing because you're stacking in your backyard. They can't even grow a garden or a lawn in their backyard. Both neighbors. One side of the day, the other one is pissing everybody off with your stacks of dollars, right? Because you live the American dream by going to college and becoming a debt slave to the system, and all that. No, why don't we just go? Why do we have to do all these big things? Why don't we just worry about growing food, having water and power, having medicinals that we need, and having time to go out into the woods, go fishing and catch wild caught fish, trout, and not just going to get a quick planter because you know where they're at, so you can take kids over the one day a year where they got the free fishing, and they plant it with hundreds of fish. Why don't you take a hike out? You see what I'm saying? You can still have this abundance right now, brothers and sisters. That's what I really wish people would understand. You could have a life. You could be living the American dream right now. I am. What they're gonna do. Your best of your ability, turn to be upside down. Done since I've always got on this. I was so anti-internet to begin with. I really was. I tried so hard to make beginning to try to have any kind of trace of me off the internet when it first came out, because I knew how they could get to your. And then once I remember when I made my first blog, I was like, send it. No more anonymity here like that. You know what I'm saying? Let's go full bore with this. There's no turning back now, and I haven't. Remember, I did things before then, but that was 12 years ago, and I said, you know what? I'm not caring about what this government thinks. There's no more trying to survive and get away from society and run away into the woods and just forget about it and just no, I need a community. You're supposed to fellowship. So you can thank Father for making me like that, and then Brother Jim Brown for making me create this ministry, because I am a loner. I don't have friends. I don't have anybody. My son, and that Father plucked him for me, and I don't have him. So I have you guys now, and I thank God. I'm not trying to replace my son. I just whatever happens. So what a blessing to be alive in these times, though, to be a witness to what's going on. And yeah, this will help keep the swine out of here. People will figure it out. Can't go in there and troll that channel. And that's it. We don't need the distractions right now. I told you the day is coming, brothers, sisters, where you're not going to just survive. You're going to be that one putting your hand out and lifting somebody up. Won't that be a blessing when you're on that end? Because many of us are struggling. I mean, I'm not rich. Remember, I don't have any. I don't even have the money to make the land payments this month or anything, and that's days away, literally. Holy crap, that's closer than I thought. Like a week away or something, but it'll happen. I have things for sale. Remember, everything up for sale. So did get a little bit of money from Kevin. I sold him a piece of pipe for his cabin, triple wall pipe for the stovepipe. Gave him a lot of money. Those are very expensive. And I gave him the best one I had too. I wanted to give him the best one that I had. So I had a couple of them, but I can't seem to sell anything on the internet right now. So Father's beating me like that. He does that. He beats me by not allowing me to sell anything for the internet now. It's always a struggle. And somehow in the end, yeah, you know, it works itself out. So look at what I've built out here. You know, in the last 6 years, it's unfathomable. That's what I'm saying. It blows me away on how much abundance is here. You know what I'm saying? Um, I would consider selling this ministry, but it's too valuable having that storm shelter. There's no way I can come up with that's $500,000, probably quarter to $500,000 build what has been built out back there. And I couldn't get it out. I wouldn't be able to sell it. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's going to give me that price for what it's worth. Maybe, but I don't know. I mean, I probably have to string power on this property, then I might, but nobody's going to give me that for this property. So I'd rather it just be donated to the ministry. It doesn't include all the buildings. Like I said, I know I had a lady that was offering me like, was it 39,000, at 39,000 in that motorhome. That total motor was like $60,000 she was trying to offer me for but I just said, well, then I don't have to sell the property. You know what I'm saying? I'll just 2,000, 5,000. I don't know. It's a semi you built. It's a semi you built. It's a home. You could move it. Yes, that's what you like, is you can move it to any of the properties. But so I can't sell this ministry, and I've decided I'm just not. You know what I'm saying? That's why I put the 5 acres up for sale for 39,000, because that's the price of that ministry. So something will come up. It's always got to rob Peter to pay Paul. I wish you knew what that really meant, but Father will work it out. I know I have some money coming in AdSense coming because they didn't pay me last. I know I have some money coming in AdSense coming because they didn't pay me last month. Remember, AdSense did not pay me last month. I called them. I'd have been fine this month, but AdSense didn't. I think it was $102. I barely, meet the $120 or something. I showed it when he bought me the roofing. I showed it. I came in and showed him my AdSense. I went to my studio, only in my studio. You can't see that. I said, here's the money that's generated. And he's like, oh, cool. I'll help you out. I'll buy remember then the roof melted. I torched the roof. I showed 6 hours on that hot roof and it just, so, Father just beats the snow. Father just beats the snow with another cap on it, and I won't have any payments anymore, guys. Another cap on it, and I won't have any payments anymore, guys. Personally, you know what I'm saying? I won't have any worries to have any. I'll have car insurance and whatever. I only carry liability on you, not me. How do you acquire the funds? Go with a land sale property. I already told you, Don, I can get you out into here in this area, or you could start with a $200 payment. That property on Bowens, you take it over. $250 is the payment on it, right? That's what I was only asking somebody. I got $9,000 into that property right now in land payments. So I said somebody gave me $4,500, $5,000, I think is what I was asking. Half of what I got in it, and I could walk you right into a $245 payment, no early payoff. So you do something like that, you can collect cans for that. And then you just build like I do out of the stuff. You don't go to Home Depot for anything. I buy concrete and things like that. You know what I'm saying? I haven't seen it in a while, man. I hope that the world hates you out there, Norm. It's good to see you. So we're giving out wrenches now to people who are producing fruit. It's kind of a new thing we started today to just kind of keep the ministry narrowed down. Don, go into an area where you can afford. And I told you there's areas like this, or if you can't go over there, I think you're on the East Coast. There's lots of places over there. There's more land out there though. Land sale contracts in your area. If you can't go from where, and there's where you got to stay, and you're just not going to make it out here. I'm totally cool with that. Remember, it never matters. So look in your area. There's something called a land sale contract, where it's a total legal binding contract. It's owner sale. The owner owns the deed. Like I could put you in a land sale contract. Like somebody offered me for that 5 acre. They offered me a Tesla wall with two inverters, and which is worth way more than I was, almost double. I was asking you to give me $500 a month for 3 years and the Tesla wall, but I didn't know anywhere to put the Tesla wall out here. I didn't want it to just sit in here, you know what I'm saying, on the property, not be used. And that's what he's saying. I'm not bringing it out there. I'm not doing that out there. I'm just building a tiny little cabin. I'm leaving the whole big city. That's what he's doing. He was putting that on his big house in Bend, but he sees what's coming. He knows it's here. He's feeling so good right now, because he's already got a property, out here, and right, and he wanted this additional property, out here. So he likes this one better, but I want the Tesla wall, because it's closer to the school. It's the closest property to the school. It's right on the highway. It's a beautiful property. That one's. I didn't surprise Papa beat this. I'm surprised that didn't sell. I'm so blown away that it didn't sell. But that's okay. It's just Father. Everything's in Father's hands, just like I said. So Father beats me all the time, and yeah. Their Tegel Light, a lot of the times are great. There's no floating interest rates like an ARM loan, adjustable rate. No, it's one interest rate. Normally, if you pay anything over on monthly, that goes all towards interest. There's no early payoff penalty. It really is. I purchased this land that way, and then remember, I paid the remaining $27,000 off on it by, paying it off. So, I'm glad that we were able to get it done, and this guy's a good, he loves me. He's a good dude. Remember, he had my back when they called him, and they actually called this my property before it was ever paid off. When the SWAT team, state of Oregon, called him, before they came out here trying to gain access, he goes, yeah, oh no, I know who that is. That's Tracy's property. And he called me. He's totally cool. He's like, hey, what's going on? The state police called me. I was like, oh, well, they're trying to sell my son in jail, man. He did all his hours, He's like, oh, cool. It's like, oh man, when they called, I knew it was, I knew it was, when they said Tracy, I knew it was you, because you're always, he's totally cool about it. The state police are calling the SWAT raid my house. Oh, hey, do you mind what he asked him? He said, hey, do you mind the state police? Hey, do you mind me asking what's going on? They're like, it's not a meth lab. This is not a drug raid. And that they made sure they told that to Jesse, because they know how I don't like that shit, so he's kind of funny. No, that's not funny, but it is what it is. So what time would we got, guys? Oh, it's time to feed these puppy guys. Gotta feed my guys, okay? Gotta feed my guys. Yep. No, they're really guys. Seriously. So if you look in your area, Don, like I said, there's places, and then too, I already told you guys. I was saying this earlier. I got to get bird to fly. I got to get that thing buzzing around. Oh, I see it. Hold on. Do some buttermilk ranch peanuts. And I hurt my back today on that. I laid on that nail on that thing in the back and I had a big old nail right on my spine, and I was nailing that in there. And I was like, man, is that just something? Man, I hated myself. It's all tender. I keep leaning back on the couch, going, what the hell's on the couch? What's, they keep something pressing on, like there's something. It's not. The couch is soft. It's, it's leather. Just whacking on that nail with that nail underneath my back there. But I kind of push up on the thing and push the, with my feet. Keep that tin from falling down on me. So, well, my name is Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. My birth name they gave me is Tracy. They call me Crazy more than Tracy, but please call me Spacey a lot because I don't want to listen. They knew I was listening, though. They knew I heard what they were saying. I just didn't want to listen. Oh. These are pretty good. Buttermilk ranch. I forgot about those before. Trying to eat sweets. All right, I'm getting feed these dogs, guys. Feed my puppy dogs. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. HT Fat. Hi. We're gonna throw you out of here. Okay. We're giving the wrench out now to everybody. So when people come in, there's all these wrenches. They ain't gonna come in here and think, oh crap, better not talk a bunch of crap in here, and then it'll keep me from making comments. Just a lot of times, I guess I don't have as much control over the comments. I like to bounce off the comment section, guys, but we can. People are producing good fruit in here. You know what I'm saying? If not, Father already chose it. Remember? Oh, you're being a bunch of Nazis. No, stop it. Not supposed to sup with vipers. Speaking of Nazis, but Kentucky. Hey, you watch Dabu 77, Julie? Dabu 77. He's a video logger that's been on here for more than a dozen years. He's one of the best channels on YouTube. Go see Dabu 77 on YouTube. Don't watch Dabu 77. He's an outstanding blogger. I don't know where he's at right now as far as because he moved out into his off-grid location. And he's still doing it. So he does lives and he does a lot of short videos, very short videos, like 1, 2, 3 minute videos of what's going on. Not something that's long and drawn out like me. I live stream for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. I got 2 jobs, remember? 16 hours a day sometimes. No, I got 6 jobs. I don't get tired. I got a lot of things that I do. I'm a man of many hats. So Father made me to PokemonLife.com. PokemonLife.com. Listen here. Zero Fox Doodle. Okay? Zero Fox. I'm in my 50s, 51 right now. But I'm eternal, so hopefully Father won't keep me here for another 50, but we'll see. Hey, who wants to live to be 100? Would you want to live to be 100 years old? Thank you for the tithe of the ministry. Appreciate it. Produce some fruit in here. We'll give you the wrench. We want to give the wrench out. Stay here for a little bit for us. You know what I'm saying? Put stuff in the chat like, hey, you can grow herbs and herbs. People don't know the seeds. Hey, you can go to Walmart and those seeds they sell you have to go buy new seeds. You know what an open pollinated seed is? Conversations like that, man. So good seeds. You know what I mean? I wouldn't want to live to be 100. No, my phone is tripping. All right. So, thanks again. Welcome back to this, HD family here. Desert Faith and Truth, where we just want to produce fruit, man. The internet's a raw deal. People are really gory and raw and nasty. And there's websites for that, man. There's channels for that. There's live streams for that. But this isn't one of them. So we're going to try to keep I think it was something that Father kind of overcame me and said, how are we? You need to center yourself, So, okay, cool. All right. It was kind of a group thing as we did here. I don't mean to include everybody, but I think it's the right thing to do. That way, if somebody's talking crap in here producing poop, we'll just get them out of here. Put them in the compost pile. Compost. Duck said that earlier. That comes from Duck. You know what I'm saying? He did. He said if they're producing crap, Duck said that. Remember, Duck was in earlier. He said, if they're producing crap, put them in the compost piles. Put them in compost. That's up to you guys. So I don't have to talk about people come in talking about drugs and pushing drugs like the government. I don't want to hear it. I don't like the government. Remember, I'm anti-government. I am anti-government, anti-religion, anti-establishment, anti-capitalism. I hope you have my back on all these things. You got my 6. I don't want to sup with somebody. You don't have to agree with everything I say, but we all have to be the same in the ministry itself. We can't change that. We can have our opinions in life, but The word can't be changed. We got to guard his commandments in there. Guard his commandments. He says, do not sup with vipers. So if you want to come in pissing a bunch of snake venom, so we're just trying to help people in the future, man. I want to help people. I want to provide abundance. I want to give people things. I don't want to own anything. I already tried to give away everything I own. As soon as I don't own anything, I can go on the road. You know what I mean? I have 2 vehicles, one in South America. I need to purchase one or here in North Carolina, one in South America. I might just drive this one down there. Probably is what I'm going to do. Just drive down there. Then I won't need anything. See, I don't need anything. I have everything I need. I just need bodies now. I need people who are serious in here, right? And because we're all going to be at the same body. So this is how we're going to be. We see this. We go to the wedding feast of the Lamb. So like we are. We're doing it right now. I don't see your profile picture. I know what you guys look like, you know what I mean? I don't look at your profile pictures. I don't know why YouTube does not. I don't even care anymore. I don't care. The only time I started looking at profile pictures was when I was going over Elijah's thing with this case, trying to figure out who's talking. You know what I'm saying? I can't. It's my internet. It's because I have a 4G phone, Verizon 4G phone. I don't have this newer system. It's the oldest phone they have. It's the last one they have. It's a Samsung A10. A Samsung A10 is what I have. So, anyways, I'm loving this ministry already. I love what we got going already with this. This is refined, man. This is refined. This can help keep all this swine out of here. Remember, I don't care if we ever pick up another single subscriber. This channel is not about growing the ministry. If the ministry grows, great. We'll know it because the people will produce fruit in here and we'll add them to the flock, right? Father will do that through their fruit. You'll know, do not judge them by their cover. Don't you remember when Obama the Saint came in here? I ripped Obama the Saint's ass for first 5-6 times he came in here. I mean, hardcore. He just kept coming back. Seriously. If you guys don't know, Obama the Saint's been around for a long time. You know what I'm saying? No, wrenches that we give you the wrench because you're become part of the, I gave Obama such a hard time when he first came in there. He did. He got to beat him, man. When he came out, Obama, get out of here, you pedophile, PDF. He's like, dude, I just a random name on the algorithm. Like some people got this, that, 53719. This was something that, and I've known him ever since he come here. Nothing he said ever. I don't think he's ever talked about Obama. I was the only one who was bringing up Obama. He wasn't even talking about Obama. You know what I'm saying? So we'll give them a couple times. If they produce fruit, great. If not, then don't worry about it. We ain't worry about adding anybody here. We need to keep the base ministry that we got. You know what I'm saying? I just want to talk about Taco Bell. Yeah, I'm looking at him. He keeps coming back. So thank you, Father, for sending Obama the Saint. Because he's not producing swine, brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? He's not. And we can get a little off subject and stuff. We can talk about just random things in here. That's fine. But let's not, let's keep the drug talk, the swine, all this Negro, would rather see all that. Let's just get them out of here. If I don't see them, I ain't going to say anything. We'll just keep pushing forward. And this is all a whole lot better. It's a family to me. You guys are my family. Whether you understand what a family is, that's your brothers and sisters that are in the narrow way. Your family in Christ is not your aunts and nieces and uncles and your dads and your mom. That's not what your family is. Not your biblical scriptural families. That's not the family you're going to be with after you die. So those are those in the narrow way. So let me go feed my birds. I'm going to come back and feed my dogs. All right, I'll go feed the birds. That sucks. I'm officially out of chicken feed. I'll figure something else out. I got plenty of other. I got other feed. It's just not that nice scratch and layer pellets. Thanks, Father, for not selling a motorcycle or something for me. I got the suffer so much. Thank you, Father, for the suffering. I gotta shut up. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. The hard way. But we got puppy food, Tom. We got puppy food. We got one more bag of puppy food. One last bag of puppy food, but we got some puppy food left, huh? We're advancing kitten food because they got kitten food. Kittens and the puppets. I know you guys get the big dinner. Always the big dinner. Some puppy gravy. Puppy gravy. All right, bone bones first. Bonus first. Bone bones first. Good boy. Oh, Tango, you're a hungry boy. I'm a hungry boy. We'll give the kitties some food. Oh yeah, kitties need food. They always have food, but let's give them some more. Hit the boys and girls. Hit the boy. Beautiful girl. Time for dinner, girl. Time for dinner, sweetie. Time for dinner. She's my little hunter. She's my little hunter. You boys are the best boys. I ever did best that I ever did can. I love you boys. You were good boys today. You guys are always the best kids that I ever had. Oh, well, I'm officially out of chicken feed. Kind of bummed about that because it's so convenient, to just reach in there and I got canned food and stuff like that. I'll figure it out. I got some more food. I'll just have to do it the hard way, So. It's starting to cool off out here quick. Where is... Yeah, it looks like next week we're going to start getting in the 40s. 40s. Man, I'm getting a lot of comments on that Facebook posting that I put on there, guys. The homesteading thing on the Facebook marketplace thing. So a lot of comments, actually a lot of good comments. I don't know how many. I've got some message requests, but a lot of good comments. Because I put that I was obviously spiritual and I'm not religious. They want to come out here. I can't be doing this organized religious nonsense. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to remember how long that last bag of chicken food lasted me. Well, I added a lot to it. I added walnuts and hazelnuts and shells, and I added for the feed, but to make it go longer. I'm trying to remember. I think I got about 2 months almost out of that feed. But I feed them kind of heavy. You've seen those shells, man. I just kind of overfeed them, but whatever. I really don't overfeed them. I try to make them. I'll be feeding them a lot more over the winter than they're getting now because they won't be out, scratching everything, eating the bugs, and all that stuff goes away. So I'll be feeding them more. Yeah. Well, like I said, you might pick up one person over there. That'd be okay. I would like to have somebody out here enjoy this land, man. It's like the other day. I wish somebody could have been here to eat that burrito. I ate it. It was cold the next day, but I want to share what I have, man. I get beat up every day being here by myself. I don't know why a father does that to me. I try so hard to build something that doesn't happen, but it's okay. This beautiful ministry we got here is awesome. So, can't take any of this when I die. I'm going to get to be with all you brothers and sisters on the other end of this, So, that's better than anything on this rock. Trying to do best I can, with what I had. I work with what I have. So, I'm glad I can repurpose things and build things out of nothing. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have much. I'll just be bitching and whining all the time because I do that already about the things I don't have. Now I'm bitching that what I have and I can't share it. So, what's your problem? I can't share what I have. Oh. I think Kevin might help out with some chicken feed. He gets a lot of eggs. I've given him a lot of eggs, so he might help out with some feed. I just avoid going to town. That's why. I'd already have feed, but I don't want to drive into town. I don't like go to town. I'm allergic to the city. I'm allergic to town. I like most people until they open up their mouth, and then I decide that I don't like them after just a couple of things they say. That just don't want to be around them. So generally, I like most people until they open their mouth. Oh. Nova Scotia, nice. Right. The animals are fed. Cats are fed. I filled topped off their water today, so they got lost 50 gallons of water. That'll last them. Puppies are fed. Kitties have got food. Kitties out there drinking water. Ladies will put themselves up here in a little bit. Nah, we just lived the American dream out here. What the hell did you do today? So, truly, I am living the American dream, although my life is a struggle, and it is an absolute tyrannical, horrendous beating daily. I still find the time to give Father all the thanks for the beatings and the bounty. I have both. I get beat and bounty at the same time, and abundance. And like right now, I know I have plenty of chicken food because I have plenty of food put away for oats and rice and all kinds of other, things that I can more canned food than I ever know what to do with. And I got near stores worth of canned food. Oh, God, I don't have nothing compared to what I used to have. They used to probably have 45,000 cans of canned food, different kinds. And a lot of it was like meat and, a lot of it. But anyways, it doesn't last. Canned food won't last unless you really climately control that. It has to stay in a climate controlled environment. Can't get warm or hot really at all, or warm or cold. Can't get real cold and hot. It just doesn't. It just goes away. It's not the canned food that it once was. So, but I got canned food here, so I just lazy. It's nothing that takes 3 minutes to put the cans in open them up and take them out and whatever, put them in there instead of just going scoop and dumping them in. So I still got plenty of eggshells, and I do have more. I'd say nuts and things like that. So I got a little lazy for their first portion of their lives when I had them. The first time I just went straight organic. I didn't even buy no scratch, no nothing. All I mean, I think I showed you guys what I was feeding them multiple times on the. That was some. That's why they're so healthy. So that's the nice thing about the ladies. They're not a near garbage disposal, but there's a lot of things they can eat. You should avoid some things, like they say, but chickens will eat anything. They're like a damn pig with wings, but I don't do that. I don't like to think about it like that. So, but I don't actually eat a lot of chicken anymore. I can't do store-bought chicken. It's ugh. So I like farm-raised, fresh. I can, maybe, but no, I'd rather just raise it myself. Yeah, dog food, cat food. I can't give them the kind of dog food that my dogs eat better than I do. I buy lamb and rice. I don't buy anything, but I think that's the best food that you can buy them. I've bought more expensive food. I've bred dogs. I've, Purges, Taste the Wild, and all these other ones. And I'm on the Diamond Lamb and Rice is what I've used for 15 plus years, a long time. Tango's always been on Diamond Lamb and Rice. He looked like a puppy. Mr. Bone, he's already having neither his dogs ever been to the vet. No, don't have no shots, none of that. You know what I'm saying? None of that. No shots, no nothing. Nobody take no dog to the vet. Give away. That's like going to the damn doctor. All they want to do is give you pills and get you to go take a script and fish out some army out to some other specialist. Well, you know what I'm talking about, the boy. See, I know, Dad. I eat the Diamond Lamb and Rice. See what happens when we eat the Diamond Lamb and Rice? We look like this one here. This one guy. This is my best guy that ever did bone. That I ever did bone. This is my biggest bone that I love. That I love, that I love, that I love. I love you. You're my best guy. You're my best. You're my best. You're the best guy. You're the best bone. Where's your pants? Where's your pants? He's leaning on me. Oh, he's leaning on me. Would you not nose me? Would you put that nose away from me? Get that nose away from me. Get that nose away from me. Oh, he's going crazy. He's going crazy. He's being crazy boy. He's a crazy boy. He's a crazy boy. He's scratching the couch. He's scratching the couch. He's scratching the couch. You're just scratching my couch. Where I sit, it's all nice and clean over here. They sit over there. Their side's all scratched apart. And see where I sit? See where they sit? They ruined this. This is like a $3,000 couch with a vibrator and all that heat and all that and flipping. I got on a job that I did. I was like, oh, the dogs are gonna love that. And the lady's like, dog. I was like, she's like, all right, whatever. They have ruined this couch, and I love it. Look at it. It even looks like it's beige over here. You guys have taken the couch. You made it look like it's a different color over there, crazy boy. I've never, ever let my dogs on the furniture. Ever, 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 ever. Even Tango for what? Pants, you just pushed me with your face. For like 10 years of his life, he was never allowed to get on the couch. I never let any animals on the furniture. It's till I dated that one girl. So maybe that's only been, it's been about 4 years ago. And then I finally let the animals on the couch. She's like, "You're serious? You're not gonna let your animals on the couch?" I'm like, "No, they're dogs. You got 4 legs, supposed to be on the damn floor." She's like, "Oh," she's like, "Well, you let the cats on the couch." I said, "Well, that's different. Cats aren't dogs. You know what I'm saying? Dogs. My dog's are a big dog. He weighs 130 pounds. It's like, She's, oh, you're such a what a dick, man. Don't even let your animals on the furniture." I was like, "All right, I guess I make an exception. I ain't gonna change it for you. I'll do it for them. I guess you're right." It's been over a decade. He's all right. Take a look at me like, "Come on the furniture. What the hell did I do wrong?" Because he wasn't allowed on the furniture. So, but now I do. Now I do. We love him on the furniture. Why not? Why not? Oh, we just let him on the furniture with a dad. And they're always on the furniture, just hanging out. If you can't see him in the live stream, he's always sitting probably right next to me. Got to be touching the dad. He's got his he loves the dad. He's a dad's boy. He's such a handsome guy. He's so handsome. He's a handsome guy. He's the best pants I ever did. Pants. He's got little brown on his back legs. Look like he's got a pair of pants on him. That's we nicknamed him that. Yes, he's a good guy. So, yeah, he's just got such great demeanor. You know what I'm saying? He's just got he's just such a good guy. Boy, we're getting blown up on this post. Let me check this post real quick, guys. Let me check this post on Facebook. I've got this homesteading post, so it's going to probably pause for a minute. I know it always does, but take a pause for the cause if you need to take a pause for the cause. And I got a few comments. I'm going to see what they said, and I'll be back with you guys. Uno momento. Por favor. I need to start working on my Spanish. It's horrible. It's no bueno. All right. Well, we got 90 or 93 likes. 93 likes. Let me take up all that again. That's pretty. Well, that's yummy. We're going to pause for the cause. I had we had 93 likes, or nobody's being crude, everybody's being pretty, a lot of good comments. That's a good website. I'll have to figure out which one that was. They were really fair in there. Nobody's acting all like being asking for a date or being slimy or none of that stuff. I put a real ugly picture of me on there. I did. I put a real. I tried to take the most horrible picture I could. I did. My face looks, my skin looks horrible in it. My face just looks, I was like, oh, that's a good one. I look like crap in that picture. Put that one up there. First thing they see, ugly old me. So I was like, good. So I've been getting nobody saying none of that nasty stuff. Oh, man. Well, I wrecked my back with that nail, guys. That's so freaking, shouldn't have done that. I was wondering if it was just a nail underneath my back, but it was a Tico nail. One of the Tico nails from the when I was nailing that ceiling in. Would you guys like to go outside? Would you like to go outside? I love these guys. Hey, pants! Don't dart out the door. You do that, you're gonna knock somebody out. If somebody stand there, you knock them over. Don't dart out the door. Don't dart in the door. Oh man. Yeah, well, those heavy boards, that's what's still messing me up. This is just a tender thing for my back. You know what I'm saying? It's like, keep leaning back on this. But what did I do to my back? It just feels like something's poking, like something's on my, keep trying to adjust this. You know, it was just a nail. And then when I was going up like that, it was on my back. So when I was hitting it, I was just rolling it on that spine. So it'll go away in a couple days. It's just tender spot, like somebody, you know, just like a bruise, not sore. I keep leaning back and I keep feeling like, what the hell did I do? But silly goose. I knew it as soon as I get up. I was like, you should have just got up the first time but I had that thing right where I wanted it to be. You know what I'm saying? I don't want it to slip around up there. I don't want to hit my finger. I don't want to, I got to get up there right the first time. So if I just had one hand, it would just make everything so easier. Just have one person but that's okay. That's the way it works. That's the way she girds. What's my opinion on blacks? Fuck black niggers, fuck white niggers, fuck brown niggers, fuck red niggers, and fuck yellow niggers. Niggers not anything have to do with black. Black's a color. That's a very derogatory thing to say. Black means they're guilty. Black's not a color. Not black. That's black. Is that not black? Father doesn't put melanin in our skin because of race. There's only one race, the human race. It's because how close he puts us towards the equator. That's it. Our shapes our skin. There's no other reason. There's no such thing as races. There's only one race, the human race. No such thing as aliens. No such thing as Bigfoot. No such thing as free will. No such thing as luck. No such thing as space. Heaven's not above your head. Hell's not below your feet. Jews are not physical Jews. They're spiritual, inwardly spiritual Jews. So there we go. Now you got the who are the most evil people on this rock right now? Old ugly white dudes. White's a derogatory term. White means you can't commit any sin. You're blameless. We all know she got bent over before she went to the altar. Who are you fooling with that white dress there, honey? You know what I'm saying? So I don't like the term black. It's just so derogatory. So makes sense? Oh, look at that. It started to rain. Heck yeah. Come on now. You're losing your mind. Don't lose your mind. Your ass will follow. An ass is somebody who can't learn. Stubborn like a mule. Remember, a donkey. You can teach an old dog new tricks. I don't want to hear it. Whoa, it's raining good out there. My puppies are getting rained on. My chickens are getting rained on. Oh, they'll go in their little chicken house. So I'm all kinds of colors. Remember, black, blue, brown. I got all purple right there. Purple like the Most High, not like fake Jews. Catholicism. Kitty touch much? Oh, see, better stop talking about that, right? No, we got to point out the obvious. Call the tea kettle black, right? It is what it is. Jimmy Crack Corn. Cracking the whip, huh? People are savages, man. One race, the human race. You know me in this ministry, I hate racism. I hate racism. I hate this. That's a sin. We're all one race. Father created all of us. No big feet. Get your big feet out of here. What a blessing we have here, brothers and sisters, to not sup, do not partake, he said. Come out of her, my people. Be in it, but be not of it. There you go. Narrow is the way. Few. Many are called, but few are chosen. Oligos. Aren't you glad that you don't have to worry about who was chosen and who was not? You know what I'm saying? It's already chosen. Many are called, but few are chosen. You don't get that choice. Don't try to bring nobody to Jesus. I did that for more than a decade, wasting my life. I did. I love the word. I thought people need, but I thought I had something to do with it. So, what a waste in filling people's full of bullshit, creating my own little fake, you know, gospel, thinking, oh, you got stacks of chips in heaven when you get there. Well, how does he have so many chips? Why does he have wings? Wow, you know, kind of a thing, like putting up poker chips. I used to have this ministry. I've always been bringing people the word, but I said, no, I wasn't. Father makes me do this. I'm just sharing the word. He chooses from the foundation of the world who's going to be at the wedding. Period. You don't get to choose who's going to goat and who's a sheep. It's already chosen from the foundation of the world. Prohorizo, predestination. Let my dogs in. Oh, are you eating in the rain there, Prince or Banner Boy? Good boy. Hi, my puppy dogs. Are you getting rained on out there? Are the chickens still out there? They can get in their pen. They got plenty of places out there. I've put 2 places they can be getting up in. But I hope you all have discovered that through this ministry, no matter what, that Father already chose his bride. And the elect are the only way that you're not going to have your name written in that book of life, if you already chosen, is by blotting your name out, by self-will, pornea, idolatria. You'll serve the dirt and you won't serve the word. The word is not dirt. He didn't remember, he don't want you to love dirt. He wants you to love the word. Remember, not a book, the word. The words are in that book. That word is not a physical. It's Hokadesh, it's spirit. Love, faith, the things you can't see. You can't see the word, so you gotta love it. You can't see it. It's not a physical. He don't want you to love physical. You're not under physical anymore. Remember, it's all spiritual. Spiritual is the word Hokadesh, ghost. Can't see a ghost. Can't see, right? You don't believe in ghosts, do you? So, Holy Spirit, Holy Ghost, Ruach Hokadesh. It's something that is inside of us. It's not in a temple anymore. The body is the temple. That's why the physical is gone. You don't have to go to a church. The church hates that. Where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my Agape, my authority, my Shem, my Aleph, my name, beginning to back, front end. A to O, right? Or A to X, remember? Or O to X, right? Omega. Oh boy, stand on the X. Never mind. Don't want you in my mind. Doing a little math ahead of time there. Progonosco, foreknowledge of. So it's already chosen. And that should settle you. Well, I get to do what I want then, if Father already wrote this. Okay. Is that what you think you could do as thou will? That's this MAGA. That's the high priest of the Satan church. That's their motto. Do as thou will. Remember, peace and safety, sudden destruction come upon those who call out for peace and safety. Peace. Notice the peace, the divider, brothers, sisters. That's that separator. He is the separator from the dark and the in the night. I hope you're getting this. It's all in the word. The word just comes to life if you read it, you know. It's the new living will and testament, is it not? He was the testor of that will, and he was alive. And when somebody receive an inheritance, somebody's got to die. And he paid that price for us, right? So we die like he does to flesh daily and be born from above, not again, because again is once. We take and eat our bread, sup with our brothers and sisters in the narrow way. Remember? There's days that I'm not in here. I hope you're taking up your cross. Remember, not carrying a physical cross. Nobody carried physical crosses. So what is to come into the abundance, you know? Yeah, that was the high priest of the Satan church. There you go. Do Aleister Crowley. They all follow this Masonic ritual. The face diaper. They put face diapers on so they, or whatever, their little masquerade parties, they're elitists, and they can have sex with each other. You know what I'm saying? Without knowing who they are. Oh, I don't know. I just had sex, but I look like a rabbit. You know, some people dress up as animals now. Your child wants a little pee box and identifies as a cat. The world's gotten a little out of control, huh? See how it's getting taken over? Get them up against the wall. Against the... We don't need no edge. Tell me we're not living in the wall right now. I tried to tell you that. You guys don't want to listen to me, but that's okay. it's just going to be the bride in here now. We're smashing all others out of here. And, he crushes with the word, and he does it. He'll vessels of wrath fitted for destruction. He said, do not partake. Rebuke them with the light, and the light always drowns out that dark, doesn't it? So see, we crush them with the light. It crushes them. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. The enemy will flee 7 ways. No fiery darts will penetrate your armor. Remember, he said twice in Ephesians 11 to put it on. Put on the whole armor of God. Love it. Love this word. I'm in love with it. Not love. You can love your wife and make her sleep on the couch. Same thing with your husband. You ever heard about sleeping in the dog's house? You can hate each other and still love each other. That's not the same kind of love. That's like the same. That you tell me the same kind of love you have for your dog. You've seen the way some people look at their truck. They don't even look at their wife like that. See what I'm saying? Agape love. Love for the Father. Love for the Word. I mean, in love is different, right? When you're in love with somebody, you can't. There's difference, right? Hope you're in love with the word, not in love with the world. You better learn the difference, brothers and sisters. There's all kinds of different love. Phileo is another kind, right? That's worldly love. Remember, he said, Peter, I'm not asking you if you phileo me. You agape me, Peter. Do you agape me? 2 John and 6, are you walking and following my commandments? You're doing the world, Peter. You got to rob Peter to pay Paul. I want you to know what that means. Tell me what that means. Tell me in this chat. See if anybody knows. I've explained it here more than one time. Why do you have to rob Peter to pay Paul? Why do you have to rob Peter to pay Paul? You've heard that? That's an idiom, remember? It's an idiom. Different between an idiom and an idiot. This word starts to come to life when you start defining each word that's in that book. It's a living will and testament. Remember, you are the test, right? It's a test of your faith, the test of your will, right? Is he going to do your will, Peter? Remember Paul? What did Paul do? His heart was rebuked on the road to Damascus, was it not? And he went out and suffered. He just did the gospel, did he not? Stoned that old man for sharing the gospel in the church. What to talk about a set of balls? He had he wore the garb. He could get into the church, and he went in there and preached the gospel. Hallelujah! I thought, man, Saul, brothers and sisters, we need to grow. It's a living will and test. It's supposed to grow inside you. You got to study each word at a time, or it ain't going to grow inside you. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves. Pornea. Daily, take up your cross daily. The disciples take up your cross. You must be suffering for his word. People don't love it. They love the world. They don't want to hear it. They want the other gospel. You change a jot, that's the other gospel. I've done it. Had my own gospel. Remember, I told you already. I've admitted my faults. I still fall short of the word. But that's why we're trying to narrow it in here. Start working out much better. So, lady, what we've decided to do is we're going to apologize that you couldn't be a part of this because you weren't here, but I don't think you'll have any issues. That we're going to wrench everybody that's been here for a minute, or you are obviously you have the long standing as the first moderator. That's been one of the longest. I mean, we have moderators, so obviously you've had some others that have been here before, but one of the originals. So what I've decided to do is just so we can get rid of this swine real quick and just keep it to the talk to preparedness, because we want to be one of the people who's charitable with our hands, lifting somebody up and thriving, not just surviving because somebody needs their hand up, and that's okay too, because that's charity on both sides, right? Father loves charity, especially with the word, not just food. Money if you can. If people have it, you're not supposed to tell anybody. You're just supposed to do it. So, yeah, we're purging. There we go. Thank you, Sister Elsa, for that. What a beautiful thing. What a beautiful, beautiful, yeah. We're purging unclean fruit, One bad apple upsets the whole apple. Yep, we got battery, we're plugged in. So, we got battery, we're plugged in. So, I've had it now for a while. This one goes down. I guess it's time to take a pause for the cause. I don't know what's going on now. Or The old sun's doing it. It's the sun. Sun. No, it's the sun. You don't need to message me. I can see you. I'm okay. Am I okay, man? Remember what happened when I asked if Elijah was okay? Screwed, blued, and tattooed. Remember? Whacked right in the face. We'll talk about whack-a-mole, huh? Maybe they're upset about that old shelter back there, huh? Anyways, Jimmy crack corn, man. Don't eat corn. You live in the corn nation. Corn Julio. The O. Remember like the Cheerios? Or those corn? Remember the corn? The corn god? Who's your master? You can't serve two masters. Remember? Dear Luke, I am your father. It's like, whoa. I'm like, whoa. That's all right. These people, they love their Darth, Chewbacca had Wookiee with Ewok, their big feet. Take your big feet, your Yeti, your albino big feet, and take that albino. Remember white? Somebody said white. Did I say white? No, he said cracker. Remember, like cracking the whip? Like the blue bloods? Esau, he killed his brother Nimrod, Satan. Jews and Gentiles, good and evil. Yep, good and evil. They think the angel of ever the white and the red one. What's the only white, culture to put them in the sun and they turn red? Remember? Esau. All right, never mind. They got two devils on their shoulder. They think one's good and bad. They're idiots. So remember, we can't turn goats into sheep. You'll know them by their fruit. So Blazing Saddles. The Sheriff's in there. Remember that one? The Sheriff's in there. Remember? Do you know how? Remember that? My dad used to do that all the time. No, he's coming. The sheriffs are coming? No, the sheriff's in there. You guys remember that? That was Blazing Saddle, wasn't it? We don't need those stinking badges. How do I fit all this in my head? Oh my, how do we fit all this in our brains? I'm supposed to be pure. I told you I'm not pure. I got all kinds of stuff in there I'm trying to purify. Oh my goodness. We don't need no stinking badges. Oh, I love that. That's my the best. You know how many times I've said that in life? I'm telling you guys, I'm a one-liner guy. If you knew me off the stream, I say a lot more one-liners when I'm not on this live stream. You know what I'm saying? Seriously, you know what I'm saying? I'm full of one-liners. People are like, dude, how do you remember all those commercials? You say so many things like, dude, you're talking about commercials from the 70s. See the USA in a Chevrolet. I get the Rolodex of jingles. I guess that's what I call them, right? So, anyways, you can't be all business all the time, brothers and sisters. You know what I mean? None of us are worthy of his kingdom, brothers and sisters. I mean, seriously, we need to be working towards him and driving towards him, and we're going to make mistakes. We're going to do things that's the flesh. We live in this meat suit. We're born of this corrupt dust, sin, and we're going to go back to this dust. I'm a man of land and soul. Remember, I'm not some citizen. I don't claim none of that. I am not a citizen. You can have your flags and all your oaths to your countries. I'm in love with the word. It's all about a wedding to me. I only care what happens after I die. You know what infamous is? That's what happens after you die. You know what famous is? That's because you get all your glory now. Huh. Remember, he said it'd be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle and a rich man through the gates of heaven. All rich, and remember, if you love by the world, famous people, you'll be hated by my Father. So all rich and famous people go to hell. Remember, most people go to hell anyways, but so that should be very hard to figure out, right? No, God loves everybody. Yeah, he's an all-loving God, but he doesn't love everybody. Stop it. Only Gus is its flock. So we're going to narrow it down. We're not going to allow it in here. Don't allow dark, children of darkness. You'll know them by their fruit. Do not judge them by their covers. Somebody's producing fruit. We're gonna give them the wrench when you guys want to. You guys tell me. You know, from now on. Okay, you guys. So in here right for a minute. That way we can just narrow off the purging like Elsa said, Sister Elsa said, just so we can. This is a body and nobody cares. So I care that the president put into that charitable with the word murder, and he did murder, and he did it for the church, and that he struggled with that. Obviously Peter was as well, but Paul wasn't like Esau, and Esau lost his inheritance. Remember, now Peter obviously we'll see, but Father has a place for Peter, because if you just read Peter's writings, you understand we've all been in Peter's writings, you understand we've all been a Peter, brothers and sisters. We've all fallen short. Understand we've all been a Peter, brothers and sisters. We've all fallen short of, we're phileo. Peter, brothers and sisters. We've all fallen short of, we're phileo. We're having a broadcast. Bzz, 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 fuzz, fuzz, buzz, buzz. So we'll figure it out. One day this internet's going to go out. It's not going to come back on the way it is. They'll always have the internet, I'm pretty sure, until the whole, till we reach our apex sun, where the sun takes down the internet for good. And I don't think they're going to be able to get, but they're underground, but they're not going to. Anyways, the internet is part of this whole new system. There's no way they're going to lose the internet, like that. But when the internet goes down one day, it's going to come back up, and there's going to be no search bars. There's going to be no searching anything. You'll still have your swipe feature, because that takes silver to swipe. Remember, it takes silver to swipe on your screen. So you just won't be able to search anything. There'll be no search. You'll go from this window to that window, and then you'll be able to fill it in like an application. Do you understand? Solar interruption. Okay, thank you very much. So how do we need to come up with a code, so when we're yes, it is, but Clayton, we could be as esteemed as a potter's clay and turn it upside down, use it for a better purpose, like we're doing in here. Cut off the fat. This is HD fat, right? No, the HD fat was the good part. This is for the family here, faith and truth family. That's what this is. The HD is not for the quality of what you're seeing, because we got all kinds of interruptions in life, and you're not supposed to be worried about what you see, the dirt. You're supposed to worry about what you can't see. That is faith. That is the word. Do you believe in error? You can't see error. No, there's no such thing as error. You can't see it. How it prove me there's error? You can't see it. Prove to me there's error. You can't see it. See, that's faith of the things you can't see, right? So try to remember that. Father created the internet, not Al Gore. That's so stupid, man. So we're just trying to cut off the people who don't want to try to be doing to get people, into a higher place. Yeah, MAGA's the high priest of the Satan church. See? There you go, brother, sister. See, that person's already sold out. See, they're gone. Thank you. I don't want to see it. Boom. See how that's going to narrow this channel? Because we don't need to get one more subscriber that's not producing fruit. You'll know them by their fruit. Don't judge them by their cover. You're already supposed to be doing that anyways. Don't sup with vipers. Show them, if somebody's in the broad way, show them to the to the narrow way. Give them fish a couple times, but don't, that's it. Gone. See ya. All right. Feed them. Father, that's Christ. Show them their deception. That's the age of Pisces. We're not in that age anymore. We're in the age of air, where the heirs will be crowned in the throne of God. Remember, in the ellipsis we must go through to receive that crown, that Revelation 3:11 crown that he says, let no one take from you. Remember, they got this halo thing. He's talking about crown. Oh my gosh, they're lost. So by 5 means live Charlie the Matrix, and we're back from the Matrix word. So I'm here. You can hear me, and I'm not lagging, because I know sometimes I lag out. And it's not for everybody. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. And I know a lot that I do. But remember, it's not, it's not about what you can see. So as long as you can hear me, that's all I care. What you can hear. Does that make sense? You got to be able to hear me, brothers. If you don't hear me, I'm screwed, blued, and tattooed. Remember? Not branded, but all right, Jimmy Crackhorn. No, we come up with something. Of that lag switch on your Xbox right there. What's up, laggy daddy? Are you cheat that lag? What are you hitting there? You rolling stone connections in here. Guess who's back? All right, when we back, we're gonna see we slipped the matrix, so I know you hear me. Because remember, we're not in the matrix here. We're in the we've slipped the matrix in this life matrix. We're not in the matrix, so we slipped the matrix. So you have to say not in the matrix. If I'm back and you can hear me, if there's an interruption, I want you to say not in the matrix. Because we have interruptions in life, but we come back like John Connor. I'll be back. All right. I'll be back. Guess who's back? Monster. I know, like America makes no sense. Imagine that. Wealth and afterlife insurance. What kind of insurance you got? Remember Allstate? You're in good hands with Allstate. You got any afterlife insurance, bro? Oh, all right. I'm back. If we lag a little bit, we're all right. Connection. In the Matrix, you're a child. You have not even been birthed. You're supposed to be born from above, not again. From above. He said, is the cracker Jesus. That's a sit down one day Sunday. Jesus, we're raffling off $4.99. Jesus, would you like to get saved, dear Jesus, today? Jesus, today, come on in today. You can go buy some Jesus and put it on a shelf. Jesus, some idol Jesus. Robots meeting your megahertz. Transformers more than meets the eye. That's right. Careful. Yep, we slipped the matrix. We're not children in here. We're adults, so we're outside the matrix. See why we use that term matrix? Nobody knows that term. They think it's a movie. It's everything's a big television, Hollywood, like broadcast is to sow seeds. Anderson Pooper, Operation Mockingbird, Hollywood. They wave their stick at you and orchestrate this world stage. Get everybody on there. Their donkey and elephant show. All beef patties, special sauce. Said, two all beef ass. Well, I thought, hey, we're getting Ecuadorian beef, or was it beef? Oh, maybe it was Bulgarian beef. Maybe it's. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe it's like eat your kids. Maybe it's Soylent Green. Oh yeah, with some Kool-Aid, not Randy the Macho Man Savage. Snap into a Slim Jim. What do you think they put in those things? Oh boy, huh? Eat your kids. You better start growing your own food, man. They got printed chicken. Anytime that thing's a bit, that's printed in a laboratory. That thing ain't got no bone. You better eat. Even the chicken on the bone scares the hell out of me. That chicken looked like doing nothing but lift weights. Chicken breast so big you can wash your truck with it like a chamois. You get your wife out there in the G-string with she got her big old booby Jesus thing on there or whatever, and you got your big old wheels, and you got that chamois, the chicken sponge. You know what I'm talking about? That big old wiggy wiggy, y'all. Oh boy, seriously, that chicken looked like it do nothing, but it's on steroids. You guys eat that chicken from the store? Look like a turkey breast. You guys remember Mac tonight? 4 + 5 is 9. 4 + 7, 11. President 9/11 did those 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. 100%. We know exactly who did it in here. Now he's at the wheel. 11. What are you, 8 months in? 88. Remember 88? We already did a lesson on that. Dial 22088. That's him, Mr. 88, 828. Look up his geometric value. He has his house with Satan. President 4 + 5 is 9. Remember, PDF file, President 4 + 7 is 11. Not Israel. President Blind 11, so we can go in and do the Diddy old party, bath, shock, and all. Remember the 7 nations, Wesley Clark? You don't know nothing about 9/11. Israel, the dancing Israelis at the bottom of the tower. Remember, he's the Gentile Messiah, King of Israel. Remember, Netanyahu, his buddy, his behind buddy. I told you another one. They trade lightsabers in their eye souls. Another island boy. How many things do you think Netanyahu's been to the island? Anybody put in the chat? How many times has Netanyahu been to the island? He's an island boy. He's a PDF file. Netanyahu's a PDF file too, isn't he? Program to touch your kids. Each kid's been red. Oh, you know what? You ever see the Star of David? That's a triangle up and a triangle down, right? As is above, so is below. Oh, so is. Not Department of War, right? No, it's Department of War now, huh? It's Department of War. Moderator thing go down here. They're out of here. Boom. They're moderator thing go down here. They're out of here. Boom. They're an HD fat chat. Anyways, remember, this is for Faith and Truth Ministries only. Okay, it's for Faith and Truth only. This is a HD fat chat from now on. If people are producing fruit in here, we're out of here from now on. If people are producing fruit in here, we're out of here. Okay, they're out of here. Gone. See you. Bye. They're purging them. Purged. Yep, they're purged. We're gonna not know if they're unclean fruit. No swine, no vipers. Bye bye. No, we don't have time for it. You get be ready and helping people here soon. There's times going to come, brother, sister, where there's going to be an abundance. If you know not how to just be hanging on by a string, surviving, you'll be able to be the one reaching and helping that person on a string, pulling them up like a life, line, charity, brothers, sisters, focus. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no more. We're not doing it anymore. So everybody's got the wrench that's been here before and is producing good fruit. If that makes sense, right? You'll know them by their fruit. What's he say? Give them 2 times and then get them out of there. He says, do not sup with vipers. Do not cast your pearls before swine. It's in the word. If they don't know it, there's no fence writing in here. Remember? No fence writing in here. Would you ever be interested in talking to someone who actually went to seminary and biblical degrees and a New Testament scholar? Okay, let's test you here. We have a biblical scholar. We have crushed people with you so fast. Like you think you have a degree, you're in a box. You're an idiot. Define the word idiom to me. Tell me what an idiom is. We're just going to start with one word there, Mr. Degree things. Yep, you're on the hook because I know it's in the box in your degree and outside. I've studied for 30 years. Okay, you studied for how long? I have a teacher that studied for 67 that'll make you look like you ain't even got out of the matrix. So tell everybody in here what the matrix is, biblical scholar. You got 2 words. Now you're on the hook. If you've been scholar, you don't type like a scholar. You've been given 2 words. Now I'll stop right there. Define them or leave because you ain't no scholar. You don't know degree. I know what kind of words per minute you have to what you just said. You're an idiot. So tell me. So you paid someone to tell you where you could learn a book or learn yourself by studying, was his answer. One more time, and your biblical scholar ass is an ass. Tell everybody now you got 3. Now you have to decide what an ass is. Okay? No question. See, get him out of here. Biblical scholar got crushed, couldn't even give you nothing. Someone are claiming to have a biblical scholar. Did you hear what they said? Rose said couldn't even define one word. I gave him how many? We're supposed to give him twice. Get him out of here, idiot. I'm serious. We just had somebody come in with, this is how you do it, brothers. This is what the word says, no fiery darts. This is what the gospel is. Remember, we share the gospel. You don't know the gospel. I can ask him that. He asked him to share the gospel. You just come in sharing the gospel, right? You don't know a gospel. People have biblical degrees. Listen, brothers, sisters, you can know everything in that book. You can quote everything. I don't care. Quote the Dead Sea Scrolls. You could go into the Akashic records and know the celestial business, but if you ain't a living testament of this gospel, that's just head knowledge. That's it. That's like just, you ain't executing, you ain't walking, you ain't a disciple. Many are called, but oligos are chosen. A degree, a piece of paper. Here we go again. This sounds like somebody, because they don't have a piece of paper, they can't come into this country. Throw them out of here, put in a cage. They have no rights. Their humanity is all lost because they didn't pay their ticket for their their lawn got too long. Now there's a piece of paper, and now you didn't do anything, and now you're getting swatted. Stupid degree. Father doesn't want us to have a name. I don't like being called pastor, but it is what it is. You know, it's 50,000 people that we're narrowing it down. It doesn't matter about the 50,000. It's all about the word, remember? Guaranteed. Couldn't even speak the word. Couldn't even have any kind of understanding about the gospel. Couldn't even define one single word. Words per minute. What kind of degree? Let's not. I want to. You know, I've been to college before I went into the military. Went into college when I was in the military. Got to college out after I got out of the military. I don't care about my college, whatever. That stupid McHugh. Couldn't speak no gospel. Couldn't even define the simple words that I'd ask him. What a simple little mind, huh? I told you these people who have degrees have no minds, brothers and sisters. They get paid to feel like they're smart. There's a difference between being smart and being intelligent, isn't there? Okay? You know, they teach them how to think. No, they just teach them to learn and test and answer so they feel smart. They're idiots. They don't understand anything. Well, idiot means they don't know anything, but they're ass then, right? Because they didn't listen and they couldn't learn. That's what an ass is. So you can start defining these things. I was ready. I was hoping we were going to get something there, brothers. I really hope we were going to get. Oh, thank you, Father. Man, why couldn't he answer my questions? You know what I'm saying? Why couldn't he just answer some basic questions? All you need to know is the gospel, brothers and sisters. Listen, you don't need to have a degree to have a relationship with Christ. You know, he says, call no man teacher. That is the word prophet. The false teacher is the scorpizzo. I guarantee I can make that guy, if you let him back in here, he don't know any Greek. Even if he does, he doesn't. He doesn't. I guarantee even as a scholar, he don't speak no Greek. None. Every priest you eat on Sunday, what kind of priest you eat on Sunday? Put it in the chat. What kind of what kind of meat do priests eat on Sunday? Put it in the chat. What kind of meat do priests eat on Sunday? Lower down. I also just got a little excited there. I thought I was going to get a little challenge there. Ants, come on. I was going to go real slow with him. I was going to try to go slow. Not make him trip on his own. He says you cause one of mine to stumble, brother, sister. You better have a millstone tied around your neck and to be cast into the sea. You hurt one hair on my children's head. So he knows the number of hairs on our head. I just wanted to slow, one word at a time. See, we get this biblical scholar. None says the only kind of meat that priests eat on Sunday is none. Okay, guys? That's the only kind of meat that priests eat on Sunday. Remember that. None. Okay? The penguin, baby. So none. Get it? None. None. Yeah, black and white. None. All right. Stop it. It's just a joke. It was on that was on the Blues Brothers. Do you guys watch the Blues Brothers? That's a good movie. You should watch the Blues Brothers. She got it. I've said it 100 times in here. Man, my nose. I need to blow my nose, guys. I've gotten a leaking nose, man. Sabrina got it now. So that came off of the Blues Brothers. You guys watch the Blues Brothers? I love that movie so much, man. I don't really like much of this world. I'm just ready to die. I don't really want to hold on to any of this. But Elsa finally got it. Okay. Yes. Hey, it's a boomerang. Hey, listen, Elsa, it's a boomerang. It's one of them Aussie jokes. You know, we got some Aussies in here. Maybe it's an Aussie joke. You throw that boomerang out there, and it comes and whacks you. It took a minute to come back. She's got it now. It's the boomerang, effect. It's the boomerang effect. You guys know the boomerang effect? Sometimes it takes people. It goes right over their head, right? And it takes a minute because wham, they get it. Come on, guys. That's Father that normally does that. Try to remember that boomerang effect, okay, guys? That's you. You just sow those seeds. We need to talk about this effect with the word real quick. I need to blow my darn nose, but listen to me. The boomerang effect is everything we do in this case, brothers and sisters. You know, I'm in the high desert. Just hear me out. I'm in the high desert. I have a thing with the Aussies. That's what you're doing. When you're throwing that seed out there, Father takes care of that rest. It might come back in 5 minutes and come back and whack him in the head, but it's the word that you said that whacks him, right? No, it's Father's word that comes back and gets him because he's the one who rebukes him and it grabs him like, whoa, right in the head. Might take 5 months before that boomerang come back and just nail him. So keep saying his words because you're not bringing anybody. You just throw that boomerang out there, those seeds, that's your, you see what I'm saying? So try to think about what I'm telling you. That's what we do. We put that out there. We just throw those out. Just keep throwing them out. Father brings that back and He harvests them. He's the one who separates the wheat from the chaff. You ever know to separate that head, man? It comes back. You just take your head off when it hits you. Like, wow, I feel like a whole new person from the checkup from the neck up. I'm not saying that anymore. Oh, I really feel what's going on there. Doesn't have nothing to do with what's going on down here, does it? So that makes sense. Use that as how that's what we're supposed to be, a disciple. We're just supposed to be out there throwing those, those seeds out there, broadcast like a boomerang. We let Father come. We are the fisher of men. We put the net down. It doesn't know what it catches. It just does the job of the net. Father comes back and reaps the harvest. Remember, the grapes are right on the vine, it says in Revelation. That Sith comes down and, prepare that harvest. Father gets the first fruits. Remember, he knows who is the chaff, and he binds them and burns them. Remember? And then he says, gather my wheat and put them in my house, in my barn. And that's where we're supposed to be headed. Correct? To the wedding feast of the Lamb. It is the wedding, baby. And it is a house. It is a house of many mansions. And I'm going to go be there with my family. The people after I die. Not none of these people on this rock that worry about flesh. You got to cut it off already. You're supposed to be living like you don't have any flesh. What's wrong with you? You don't read the word at all, do you? Who shall come after me? Let them deny themselves. Paul said, circumcise the flesh. Circumcise the outer man. Not the male genitalia, brothers and sisters. The spiritual flesh. Die daily to self. Deny self. Deny the flesh. The laws of flesh. The mammon. Peter, get behind me, Peter. Remember? What about that? Step, Peter. Oh. Deny yourself daily. Take up your cross daily. Follow after me daily. So that's what we're supposed to be doing, right? I need any dinner. I think I might make something for dinner. I ate lunch, and I need to probably eat some eggs. You know what I'm saying? I got eggs. You see all the eggs I showed on the stream earlier? Holy crap, I got eggs coming out the egg. I need to probably go water glass these eggs, put them lime, get some lime and put them in some containers and fill up some. I think I got some pickle jars, some tall pickle jars. I want to lime them because they don't have any. I want to keep them as they are. I don't want to boil them. Do you know what it means to lime eggs? What it is to water glass them? See, these don't have the bloom washed off of them. So that's still in there. And then this, you put the lime, it'll lock because the bloom's not been washed off. So you can lime these eggs. It's called water glassing. It's an old technique. They've used it for a long time. Eggs can last like a year, I think. Look it up, please. Look up water glass. See, somebody look up how long do eggs last when you water glass or lime eggs. What does it say? Let's see if we get different results. Yep, got to have the blooms on them. Thank you, Watchwoman. Careful if you say too many good things in here, you might get a wrench because we don't want to hang out with people who don't want to talk about things that are. A lot of people don't know there's about a bloom on an egg, and people who can produce fruit like that. We want people in here to talk about real things. 18 months, thank you. So 18 months, if you water glass or lime eggs, you put them in. Look up the technique. It's very simple. This is not a hard, complicated process. So when you get abundance of eggs, this is what people have always done. Water glass their eggs. They got to have the bloom on them. So that's what I'm saying. Remember, I keep my coop real clean. I always change that hay in there so that I don't have to clean my eggs. I mean, you could still bathe them, but you don't want to scrub them but I don't have that problem. You see those eggs all the time. Pull them out there. They're beautiful, but that still got the bloom on it. If you wash the bloom on it, I don't think you could water glass an egg if the bloom is gone, because you lose that outer protection, and that's what that lime is doing. It's grabbing that up and creating like a seal. Um, the light that coating is how that animal breathes, but that bloom is what helps that stay. I mean, it's a beautiful thing that Father gave us. Father is so abundant. If you'll use the old techniques that would have always worked, brothers, sisters, you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, no, there's, I'm telling you, I just absolutely. Okay, cool, outstanding, good stuff, guys. Thank you, appreciate, good. We're just trying to have abundance. See that you get those eggs for later, brothers, sisters, and you're gonna have to help people later. That's the abundance, and I'm telling you that people just survive, but you can thrive in this lifetime. You really can. And then later down the road, when things get harder, because we're not at the end, we're at the beginning of sorrow. So it means things are going to get worse. So we got extra eggs, man, sitting farm fresh eggs. And I mean, okay, again, some of these eggs after they're water glassed, they're not going to be like farm fresh, but they'll still be very edible, brothers and sisters, very edible. Very edible. I mean, just I probably won't taste no different than your darn store bought eggs at that point. I mean, but try to eat an egg off the back of a chicken's butt, man. They're a little hard to boil eggs. Hard boiled eggs a little hard. Fresh eggs are hard to boil. I just a little recommendation. I don't know if because I sound like some others in here that do this. If you're having problems peeling your eggs, because there's a lot of different techniques. Obviously, I use baking soda and a water bath, and they come off. They peel off real easy. But fresh eggs with the bloom on them, the red sisters, if you don't let them sit for about a week, they will be a little hard to peel. So sometimes I get an egg or two mixed in there that's fresh. I wonder, why is that one being hard to peel? Because I don't keep sometimes very um, track of some of my fresh ones to get put in a carton or something. And I'm like, I can't, because I like to ball it. Remember, you see those eggs I was making? Those are off the chain. Those eggs that I was marinating in that sweet chili uh, Thai chili sauce with some soy sauce. Let that marinate for a couple days, and those things were outstanding, over the top good. Those other ones with Lady in Red, she gave me the that sweet sriracha, and I'm not a sriracha person. I really don't do sriracha, but she gave me that sweet sriracha. Remember, I made a batch of those sweet sriracha. Those were off the chain, and those things were so good. So, lots of ways for you. Uh, yeah, there's another way too. So there's another thing. If you're planning on, there's another way to create abundance, brothers, sisters. Uh, I don't have no problem with blood pressure. I got perfect blood pressure, David. So we're narrowing down. We're not going to do no more slime anymore. Seriously, I don't have time for it anymore. I mean, look what's going on in this country. If we don't unite with some fewer people and try to create some kind of abundance, we're not going to be able to create, thrive, and help people in the future. And all I want to do is, I'm a servant. I can't help it. So I want to give people. I want to already have a tremendous amount of abundance. So, he said, don't boast because or don't boast because you have. Share it. Go out and share what you have. So I want to be able to create that abundance in the future. And there's lots of ways. So no more addressing the nonsense. I mean, so pretty quick, if what we're doing is, once people have been here long enough now, and I'm not opposed to doing it pretty quickly to these people. Seriously, if people 3 or 4 times been here a few times, come back. I want people to tell me, hey, let's give this person the wrench, because we don't want it. Just be easier to get people out of here now, and not, what I'm saying. Uh, you know what it is? I just don't like that. I remember I got a missing son, dead body, and possibly kidnapped daughter, and I can't even report their body's dead. So I think I'm doing pretty good, considering the fact that I can't even report. I've been thrown in jail multiple times for trying to, help my son, and now locate possibly my son and dead's body and daughter's body, and I can't report them. I mean, they won't even take. These are people who did this. So if I don't talk about America, I'm normally okay. I'm serious. I'm totally fine. I have thousands of hours with never even cursing, never just level headed. But it's hard to go to bed at night thinking that my son's never going to think about me again. He's either dead or missing, and I can't even report his body to get anybody to look for him. So it just takes away. What are you to do? I want to get in here and find somebody who knew something. And I tried. I just did a stream the other day, and not one person came forward or had even one single clue. Never. They had some people messing with me, but other than that, so just better to keep it to the ministry. Father has his hands on Elijah and wherever he's at, maybe he's like Elijah. He escaped and he's dead now in a flaming chariot or something. I don't know. Because I just don't want him to suffer. I'm just a dad that doesn't want him to suffer. Still to this day, it just kills me every moment of the day to think he's suffering and I can't go to him. So that's why I get a little bit, because this country's failed me and I served it. So I'm all right. I've been telling you guys all along, I'm fine. It's just between me and Father. I only get mad at Father. I don't hate anybody in this world. Sometimes I hate Father, but you have to deal with that. You might not understand that, but it's okay. Um, I just hate the things he does to me, and it is what it is. Why does he beat my kids? I don't know. Why does Elijah have to suffer for uh, my activism, my constitutional, activism? Well, who am I to say? He says all these things after my own counsel and for my own pleasure. Who are we to question him? His timing, why or when? He said he pours out a just measure in the end. So why do we question him? And I fall short of the word, and so I need to center myself. So he overcame me. He said, enough. Do it. Just focus on the ministry. Well, I'm coming up in a couple of weeks here. Maybe I have a court date. Maybe they're just going to drop it, and then I'll go look for him. But I don't have a clue where to start because no, I know where he's at. I know where his dead or being held captive body's at right now. I know my son well enough. I just do. I mean, I'm just that connected. He's the only person I've ever connected to on this block ever. So you guys in a different sense, but I mean somebody that I've faced in my life and know. And I know he loves the word. So if he's dead, then he's not suffering. That's the best case scenario right now for him. Because either that or he's looking over his shoulder with a warrant for his arrest when he shouldn't even have a warrant for his arrest to begin with. So not an easy life he's living right now. So thanks for making a comment. I'm trying to keep myself, from not talking about America, and then I won't, and I'm fine. That's why if I go to Ecuador, I'll be fine. I guarantee it. I come back to America and not care. I feel like I can create my own America here, the American dream. That's why I kind of went back to this whole thing. I don't care. I don't take an oath to a flag, but no, I am living the American dream. I'm as close as somebody can get at this point as I think. I make my own power, raise my food as much as I can. I don't have a clock that I punch. I have so many things that I can do out here. Everything I paint's like it's like it started from the ground up. Every nail I make is building this ministry even bigger and stronger and better than it was with the one wall we put it behind it, or so um, we can live the dream in this country, but it's not going to be by being on the system. It's going to be by grouping up with a community. You can't spell community without you or I. So you have to. It takes a tribe. It takes a team, and it takes not too many chiefs and not enough Indians. So you got to have the right people. You know, um, so it sucks being alone, but it has its advantages. That's just like being a caveman out there, where you can pee wherever you want, do whatever you want. Nobody's going to say anything. You had all the freedom, if you will, to do, but you bring one person on and you lose some of your rights, your freedoms, because you start communing. You have to give up. Can't just anywhere. It's kind of thing. Can't just that person might. There's going to be a little bit. So it doesn't. It's not easy to be together with a bunch of people. Too many chiefs, not enough Indians. I know I'm a veteran. I know how to lead whole armies. I could lead this country. I guarantee. I've had people ask me to run for president, and don't want to run for president, but I just think as my constitutional activism, people that know the law, and I want what's best for this country. And the best thing for this country is to close down all the system by just not participating, and it just dries up by itself. But they don't want you to know that. That's why somebody came in here and, I'm going to report you to the CIA. I'm sure I've been reported to the CIA for the last 10, 15 years, 30 years, actually. I served as a veteran. I'm already on the list, but they've already chipped me all that above top secret security clearance. And so, um, we need to come together. We need to unite, and we need to become our own government, if you will. Government means to control. Government is to mind control. So you let the mind control you. Anybody who supports the government is your enemy. Don't hang around people who keep feeding this beast system. Feed yourself. Grow your own food. 10 rabbits will make a whole cow's worth of meat 1 year. $7 and 3 does. You're banging. You're popping the most. Did I get that backwards? Maybe it's 3 does and $7, but You can do this by, yeah, this is past red and blue, brothers and sisters. This is past political at this point. We need to think about being our own, system and cutting their supply chains, and they can't feed us this genetically modified food. If we just, in I think it was World War II, 40% of this populace grew their own with the victory guards, but grew their own gardens. Now less than 1% of the populace in America grows their own food. That is crazy. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not doing it out of fear. We can survive, not just thrive. Oh wait, we won't be hanging by a string. Survive. Did you hear what I said? We can survive? No, we can thrive, or we can have abundance and help people. You, like I said, that's a cow's worth of meat. You need a protein source. But somebody came in earlier. You grow. I get extra eggs. I lost my rooster. I don't know what happened to him, and it's okay. He didn't suffer. It's just a slow. It's just so weird. Something happened. I don't know. We got some strange things every once in a while happen out here at the ministry, but uh, would love. No, it's not illegal if you go to a place where they can't police it. Okay. Yeah, Barbara. That's why they do it. Look, I'm serious. I'm the only person. Look, I take what you said so serious. Look, I mark my body with that. You ever seen anybody with that on their body? Imagine I did that like 10 years ago. Imagine going. My quality sucks. Can't even see that, but yeah, you can. Going into the artist and telling him, "Hey, put this chemtrailer on." He's like, "Chem what?" I'm like, "Here, take this image." He's like, "Okay." So I take it seriously. I've done some. Hey, you want to see a good video that I've done before? Go to a channel called America Ever After. It's probably about 10 or 11 years old. Okay, guys, you want to see how long I've been doing this on this platform? Maybe it's 12 years old by now. Go look up a channel. It's called America Ever After. Maybe Lady in Red will drop a link to it. And I do a video about, chemtrailing. I explain to you what is in all these. Imagine I was talking about this more than a decade ago and stuff, 12, 15, 20 years trying to tell people this is not normal, guys. That stuff's not supposed to be staying and spreading out. Why aren't you guys paying attention? So I've had people tell me for, decades that I was crazy, and now it's all out in the public eye. We don't live in the age of deception anymore. We live in an age where the deception, the veil is lifted, and they've already come out. That's if you explain that video is a long time ago, and it's just me in a different time in my life, but I'm over the target. You know what I'm saying? They spray us with aluminum, brothers sisters. That gives you heavy metals. Will give you Alzheimer's, the onset to Alzheimer's. I was trying to tell people, yellow mold spores, cow blood. Why are they spraying us with these things? Solar radiation management means is that the sun is emitting solar radiation, and that aluminum and all that is refracting those radiation. There's two sides to every coin. You know what I'm saying? Like they're helping us with the one side, the solar radiation management, and then you've got the why are all these other barium, strontium, aluminum? There's aluminum everywhere on this rock, brother. So nowhere you can't go through the, any of this strata or any of this, the paleo record or anything in this, and you're going to find this everywhere. They have been waxing us like bugs, and I used to try to talk to people not on the days that they were striping it. It was the days that they weren't. I was like, hey, you notice they're not trying all those waffle fries up there in the skies, or go look at my video. You'll see what I'm talking about. Guys, I mean, they attack. It's a silent weapon. I've been trying to tell people this war has been on us for long before Trump came in office and Obama came in office, and they've been doing this to us as a silent war. Somebody mentioned fluoridation. Look at that. Look at what that is. That's a halogen. These halogens are bad for your body. Fluoride is what they sprayed people with during World War II to make them docile, so they'd walk into their smokestacks right to their death. And they're doing it again. Remember, they give us those little fluoride trays in school, the little things to make you drink that nonsense. If you're old like me, they just come out in the tray. Remember in school, make you drink that crap or whatever. Public school television, make you drink the old halogen, iodine, like not oxidized iodine like you put on like on a cut, but iodine is good for that. You want that in your thyroid. I'm not giving any health advice, by the way. Consult your doctor before you put anything in your body. Okay, seriously. But your thyroid, remember goiter problems and the stuff, iodized salt, they took it out, and then people started having all the thyroid problems and stuff. We need that in our body. That is a halogen, but we don't, that's got to be the right kind of, you can get that at like a health food store, or um, I only buy nascent iodine electrified, because my body absorbs it immediately. And I don't take iodine unless I get sick. I only take two things. I don't get sick. I've been sick in 15 years or something. I don't get sick. Whatever. I got a little thing during the COVID because I was letting everybody breathe on me, trying to, seriously, I know people have that crap. I'm like, come here, breathe that on me. You ain't going to get me sick. I'm too strong. I eat good food. I don't eat like you. I don't, nope, come on. I tried to tell them what was happening, but anyway, so you are what you eat, brothers, sisters. Okay, try to remember that. That's a very big thing that we've forgotten, that all our older generations told our, I know my dad was told that by his grandparents, and so on and so forth, is that you are what you eat. Kind of like they used to tell me, you better stop hurting yourself. You're always in the cast, and you're always wrecking yourself, and you're always in stitches, and you're always breaking stuff, and you're going to pay for that later. No, I'm fine. I'll heal. I'm strong. I'll grow back stronger. Like, no, you're going to pay for that later. And they're right, brothers, sisters. You got to be careful. I try to take better care of my body now, because first you have to endure to the end to be safe. Okay. So you got to keep trying. You can't just give up. You got to be a soldier. You got to keep marching. Okay. But, I wasn't very good at taking care of my body when I was young. Broken back, more than one time, like lots of, just not just bones, but serious major, look, I got whacked with a grenade in my 50s now. Here I'm still standing. But anyways, being a soldier, a veteran, all that, I just crushed my body. And look at the work I was doing the other day. I'm working with 2 or 3 men that probably take to put up some of those boards I was pushing up there the other day. But I got her done, but I got to take care of my body now, because I didn't take care of it when the past, and it will catch up to you. So that's why we need to try to take better care of ourselves. And that's one thing, that living off grid and getting in a community, getting back to the old ways, get you back to that organic lifestyle where things are going to get a lot rougher in the future. Nothing says things are going to get great again. That's Antichrist. Remember MAGA? Okay. Things are going to get worse, and you want to have your body is in top. People survived the Black Plague, brothers and sisters, because they didn't let their immune system compromise. Think about, there's disease coming, brothers and sisters. They do these, man-made or not, real or not. As I was trying to tell people too during the COVID, stop arguing this thing is real or not. This is having real world effects. So the best thing you could have been during the COVID was out of the system and had your own system. You could have had your gate closed and not even participated in the COVID, correct? At all. Trump is a PDF file, okay? We know it. He's a PDF file. 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. We call it like it is here. We don't run around tiptoe through the tulips. You'll learn a lot about Mr. Warp Speed in here if you stay with this man down at the store for box, bag, and canned poison, or the last box of, your favorite, when you could have got it now, or that last roll of toilet paper. That's childish. Remember during the COVID, if you put an extra roll or 2 in your cart, oh my God, because they had all those, they shut down whole sections, brothers and sisters. Never forget, they need some of that non-essential goods. Push your buggy down the cart this way and you won't catch. They had people, the air was so tense outside. If you go outside and sneeze, you could break it. Remember that? You want it to be like that? You know what I'm saying? You want it to be like that again? And then when you're down there running down to go get some more teepee for your bunghole, you got abundance, and say, oh, honey, go get the lawn chair. Here we go. TP Tobacco 2.0 again. That crazy guy on YouTube. Guy shaved his beard. We should have listened to him. Throw out of toilet paper. Honey. And then there's the American survival kit. Honey, we're going to survive the apocalypse. We got top ramen and teepee, baby. Woo! Right? Whatever, at least they got something, man. Some people ain't got nothing at all. That's better. Seriously, brothers, sisters, use your heads, man. Get once you can't go down to the depot, if the lights went out, just for example, we have had a weakening magnetosphere. The sun punches our internet goes down. We see what happens during the internet goes down. The only thing left there is that, the vegetable meat. That's good. We have survived. We're such degraded society, but when the SHTF, notice when the water goes bad or something, right? And they clear out in a day or two. You know what I'm saying? Listen, Barbara, they could do that tomorrow, Barbara. They could do that. Listen to me, Barbara. Put a 1 in the chat if you disagree or agree with me, and put a 2 in the chat if you disagree. You don't have to agree with me. Barbara, they could roll that out tomorrow. They could roll that same thing out tomorrow, and people would just go right along with it. I'm saying tomorrow they could do that. And then they're going to do worse this time. They're going to roll robots out on everybody. Put a 1 in the chat if you know that they could put the plexiglass back up, face diaper episode, and X's on the floor again. Oh, God, it's the end of the world. Remember all that crap? You sneezed and people would freak out. Remember that? Insane. No, you got to wear 2 face diapers, Dr. Falsey. Come on, guys. They could do that to anybody so quick, and the public would go along with it. It's going to be way worse now, brothers and sisters. What is coming is already here. They're just taking and disappearing American people, not foreigners. Remember, I don't care about none of that. People are people. If somebody's been here for 20 years and they haven't committed a crime, leave them alone. No victim, no crime. What the hell has happened to freedom? These people have lost. That's what I'm saying. If you could have been out of the system, brothers and sisters, you know what I'm saying? You could have easily said, bye-bye, COVID. We're not doing it. We're shutting our gates here. We live like the Mennonites. Hell with you, with your bug. This is a scam. We're just doing our own thing. We're growing our own chickens. We got our own sheep. We got our own goats. We got enough people. We got a cow now because we got enough people here. We grow them food. We grow them our medicinal medicines, cannabis, whatever people. We have JC Medical for all the things that we had our people. It might be somebody a little insulin dependent or something. We've got it all here. We could shut the doors. We don't need to do your world. We don't want your world. We're just doing this. And that sucks, guys, because a lot of people could have a system like that. And because it's such a two-party, it's $1 million is every third home sold in Bend, Oregon for $1 million. Every average home is $800,000. That's a dual household income. It used to be one that paid for the whole deal. Kids to go to college, wife could stay home, work if she wants, put her through some training school, plan vacations, put money, and still have money in the bank. Now it's, you know what I'm saying? Good, Barbara. Good. All right, Barbara's getting a wrench. Appreciate it. Barbara, if you want to stay here, again, you produce fruit like this, appreciate it. We don't want to give wrenches to people who are producing fruit in here. So appreciate it. And what we're trying to do is hang out with people who want to get to thrive in the future because they'll have abundance. They'll already have the things they need. And they could have done that during the COVID too. Could have stepped out of the system. Here's how it is, brothers and sisters. You got to get, I'm not saying you got to get completely out of the system. I'm not out of the system completely. You know what I'm saying? I'm not out of the system, right? You know what I'm saying? I still keep 1 foot in the system. And if I don't like the system, then I can check out of the system, say, no, thank you. But if you don't have 1 foot out of the system, brother system, and this new system comes, you're going into the new system, see, whether you like it or not. But anyways, does that make sense? You got to at least get 1 foot out of the system now, or these people are going into the new system, brothers and sisters, whether they like it or not. And that's why the best thing you can do is just evolve, go around the system. Not revolve. Revolve is like a revolution. Fight. We want you to fight, red team, blue team. Put a 6-shooter, and revolve like a hamster on a wheel, just going like nowhere fast, like a carnival. It's a big show, right? A big circus or whatever, right? That's what they do, like a rat just sitting there on a hamster or where going around on a wheel. That's a revolution. They want you to fight. I'm saying evolve, go around the system. If enough people just checked out of the system, like I said, brothers and sisters, earlier, 40% of the populace during World War II grew their own food. Hell, if 10 or 15% of the populace would grow their own food right now, they couldn't offer us these genetically modified crap. They would have to compete with what we were growing. Do you understand? Yeah, it is. I better get some food. But does that make sense? You know what I'm saying? So all we can do is just try to prepare to provide abundance. You know, you grow too many tomato plants, too many tomato plants, you can only make so much tomato sauce, right? Canned tomatoes, stewed tomatoes, chunk tomatoes, tomato paste. You know, gave some to the neighbors, and they still got green tomatoes out there, honey, on the vine. What are we gonna do? Give them to the chickens? You know, turn them into compost. You know, reuse everything. Don't waste anything. You know, there's a ways to create abundance, brothers, sisters. There is ways to create abundance. We do it in here with the word too. We try to give you abundance of the gospel in here too. So you're supposed to go share that. Never forget, when tithing, it's talking about the gospel. But this is how, remember, they had extra bread, brothers, sisters, and extra fish. I wonder how Christ performed that, didn't you? It's pretty amazing how they did that, huh? I'm sure he puts his people right where he wants them to be. So there we go. So that's what we do. We just keep finding people who are in the narrow way, who want to not fight with anybody. You cut the supply. The governments want you to fight. You cut the supply chain off. There is no supply chain when you're the power company, right? We have no rolling brownouts like, people shit their pants. Apologize, but when the lights go out in the country, it happens. But in the city, oh crap, the lights goes out. People lose their minds. Whoa, right? People lose their minds. I'm the power company. There ain't no rolling brownouts in this house. From the blackouts. I'm the power company. Become empowered. Get yourself a power converter. Get yourself a charger controller. Get off the grid. It's empowering when you ain't got no taxes and they can't raise your power bill, and you don't feel stupid hooked up to a smart meter that where your toaster is talking to your microwave and talking to your refrigerator that reports to the NSA. God's watching you inside. Don't worry about the NSA. The NSA. We're anti-government in this ministry, so you know. Father didn't like government. He stood up against, right, Shiloh, and that's who he sent to stand up to the government of the day. And they threw him in a jail cell and striped him, whipped him. You getting your stripes? Remember, he said, follow after me, conform to my image. Does anybody want to hang you from a tree? Remember, they didn't hang anybody from crosses. They hung people from trees. Remember, John was crucified on an X. Peter was hung upside down. That's your peace symbol, you know? So thanks for coming in. Produce fruit. You'll be able to stay here. You stay in this ministry as long as you want. You know, you don't have to tithe money. That's not part of being in this ministry. Tithing is not part of the ministry. As far as a monetary tithe, it's your fruit that you put in here as comments. That doesn't cost you any money. I don't care if you hit like or not. That's not up to me. I don't care if you like me or not. I'm not here to be nice. That word means to be stupid. Remember smart meter? But anyways, it's different. It's not going to be anything like, you've probably been in. This gospel is not like, most people don't understand the gospel. And so appreciate, we're going to pick up some new people, and we'll get rid of anybody that's not producing fruit in here, and it's going to make this ministry so much better, and it already is. I feel much more comfortable and a little bit more relaxed, and I feel like I could even talk about my son right now. And as long as I don't talk about America like that, I'm not going to go and get all flinging my curse words around, spelling curses and cursive, and doing what I do, casting stingy with a spelling bee. And careful, my words are sharp. They cut like his words. Should cut like a knife. They're not mine. I just share the words that are his. So he's my love. He's the word. He's not like faith. You can't see it. The word is Holkadesh, spirit or ghost. So the faith is in things unseen. There are going to be things here you've never seen in your life, but don't worry. He brought you here. So we're going to change this ministry up, and people again who produce the wrench is because they've been here a few times, and then we're just going to, there'll be no more drug talk and Negro and all this stupid stuff. The internet's full of it. Just a bunch of filthy swine. Most people are evil because God creates most people as vessels of wrath fitted for destruction to test his bride from the foundation of the world. Most people are goats. It says in the book of Matthew, enter through the straight gate. For broad is the way that leads to the wide gate, and that's the way, that's the broad way. Notice all these big cities got the broad way. Keep telling you, get out of these cities, brothers, sisters. It's hard to raise it, chickens in a city when you can't have a rooster, and when they restrict you by all these HUD and all these HOA. That's crazy. If you're truly going to have freedom, it's going to be somewhere in the narrow is the way. He says, enter through the straight gate, for broad is the way that leads to the wide gate. And that's the gate that leads to hell. Okay, you decide which path you're on, right? No, he already chose. For narrow is the way that leads to the straight gate, brother, sister. That's the word hados. And very few. So not many people. Very few are chosen is what it says. Many are called, but few are chosen. So just stick with the word in here and you'll be fine. This ain't no religious. I rebuke all religions. I hate religion. I hate the sin that people commit, not the sinner. I'm not a hateful person by any means. I have no hate towards anybody. I told you the only person I hate sometimes is Father, just because what he does to me. But I'm weak. The flesh is weak, brothers and sisters. Although I may have physical strong and do all things and can overcome things that shouldn't be possible, I'm still just a man. I ain't no robot. You know what I'm saying? Animals don't have souls. That's right. It's very right. Animals don't have souls. All dogs don't go to heaven. That's the stupidest thing. They're more Disney crap. Dogs don't go to heaven because dogs don't sin. Animals don't sin. Animals kill other animals. You think they sin? That's stupid. The only reason an animal probably hurts you is because it's been abused. Generally in a wild animal. I'm not talking about a carnivorous animal or something like that, but no. Animals don't have souls. That's the stupidest thing ever. All dogs go to heaven. Disney's messing with you. You don't have a conscience. Jiminy Cricket's called Hokadesh, Holy Ghost, Holy Spirit, Lion King. Remember, he was from the tribe of Judah, from the house of David. Remember, Leo, the celestial firmament, the scepter shall not depart from Judah, the king. Remember, he says, Revelation 3:11, I come quickly. Let no one take your crown, brothers and sisters. You'll see what I'm saying. Remember, I'm not worried about who sees what I'm saying. Father's word is the one who apocalypse, to lift the veil. Remember, to pull off the lies, to reveal the aletheia. I am revelation. Remember, I'm a living testament. I am apocalypse. That is the same, right? To remove that bow, the toxon, the toxicity from your eyes. He does it, not me. The word does it. The deaf ear is the restrainer is lifted, retarded to restrain, screwed, throttled down. Remember, words are everything. He is the word. So we're very particular about the word in here. The word is everything. In the beginning, this was all spoken into existence, correct? So I just passed through this revelation. I wasn't given a choice. Many are called, but few are chosen. He chose from the foundation of the world. So if you love the gospel, support it by putting clean comments in here and that you found home. Go see Brother Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries. He mirrors the same predestination gospel. So it's not religion. I hope you have a relationship with Father. To pray means to have face-to-face time, not get on your knees and pray long and repetitive prayers. He knows what you want. I'm not saying not to pray, but there's power in prayer. But try to remember what praying like. Remember, he said not long or repetitive prayers. No, Father knows what you want. He created all things. Don't act like he doesn't know what you need. Just walk and follow in his commandments. Don't worry what the rest of the world's doing. Just do what he says. Be in it, but be not of it. Okay? So he is the rock. He is the pastor. Don't build your house on sinking sand. Okay? Put your treasure in a higher place. Heaven is not above your head, brothers and sisters. Heaven is within. Father is that kingdom that we receive. Christ, the Hamashiach, Shiloh, that he said. Revelation 3:11. Let no one take your crown. The scepter shall not depart from Judah till Shiloh returns. So you have to have a crown when Shiloh returns. If you don't, you ain't going to receive that inheritance, brothers and sisters. I hope you understand what this word means. It's very important. You just slow down and study one word at a time. And if you'll do that, this word comes to life. It's a new living will and testament, baby. Woo! I love it. I'm in love with it. I'm a bride. I'm so excited about the wedding. I don't know about you, but a bride normally gets pretty excited for the wedding. Woohoo! You guys ever been to a wedding? You know, these pagan weddings with the rings and the halos and the... All right. Anyways, sister, Lady in Red, I love her so much. She's such a big part of my life in and off this ministry. I do appreciate all the support. And she gives me lots of good information, constantly stays in contact with me and makes this ministry rock and roll. So we changed it up a little bit, and I think it's going to help the ministry by just narrowing out. We'll keep these lewd and crude comments out of here, and we'll just keep rocking this preparedness out until he comes. He says you got to Have your loins girded in my service, have extra oil, and trim your lamps. And that's preparedness. And he's been preparing for over 2,600 years. Remember, he said, I'm going to leave this place and prepare a place, a mansion, many mansions, remember? And he's still not done preparing yet. So I want to hear Noah was 126 years. He prepared. Remember, they scoffed at that man for decades. Remember? Not a drop. And imagine it hadn't even rained on this rock, and you're building a boat. And everybody scoffed at him. And remember, you ever read the book of Luke? Yep, remember? Then it rained from above and below. So don't listen to him, brothers, sisters. He said, "As be as in the days of Noah at his return." And remember, this isn't the end. This is just the beginning of sorrows. Isn't it beautiful to know where we're at in that book, in the scriptures? You've got like this, not a crystal ball. They're doing it by the scripture, brothers, sisters. You shouldn't have any question on where we're at. You know what I'm saying? Stand in your faith and just stay in the word and just do what you're told. We're all here for just to be the vessel. He's the commander. You're supposed to be anchored in faith. Remember? That's why he's keeping you here. So hallelujah to the word, man. It's so beautiful. I love this word so much. And, that's why I can't hold it in. I just share it. I do 15, 16 hours a day. And everybody, why are you here all the time? Because why do I have all this abundance and not want to share this? Why wouldn't I want to? That would be not doing. Actually, he said, do not hide that light. He's the light, right? The horizo, the separator of the light and the dark. He said, don't hide it. Put it at the top of your house and let it shine like a beacon of light. It's a very dark place. Remember, though I walk in the shadow of the valley of death. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Todd, for the tithe, Thomas. Blessings. All glory to let's not be less. Words are very important. You don't understand, okay? You overstand. People, don't let anybody rule you underneath you. This dialect that we speak is very watered down. I want you to study this English language and find out that it's not the language you think. You've been casted. They cast spells on you. You got stung when you were a child, and you got publicly schooled. Yep, you did. You went home. No, you went to public school and you watched public television, and they started doing visual and verbal voodoo to you. Remember, casting spells on you, got cursing in cursive and down. Oh yeah, you could just start theory. They channeled you, so you go to school and go with the flow. And we went to the moon. And you put your currency in the bank on both sides of the river bank, right? Good debt slave. Put your currency like money, cash flow, right? Give man a gun, he'll rob a bank. Give man a bank, it'll rob the world. Here we are. Hey, that's what it says in Scripture. Father, Isaiah 45:7. Father creates evil. Father creates calamity. Father creates chaos. You ain't seen nothing yet. Wait till you see these, I'll be back, Terminator robots. These people are going to revel after them, guys. These elitists got to have something to protect them. We're in the cycle. Pay attention to this channel. I'll tell you exactly where we're at. I know not only where we're at, it's not 2025. I'll tell you that much. If you think it's 2025, you got some studying to do. It's not 2025. God's not in the sky. You're not on a planet. There's no such thing as planet. So planet, you're on planet of the big feet. What, like Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok? Now we got big feet. Oh, it's a barrel full of monkeys. Oh, wait. Oh, I got, if man evolved from apes, why are there still apes? Planet of the Apes. I forgot. I've never seen that movie. Guys, I'm going to get myself something to eat. I got to take a break. I'm not a robot. I'm here. I have a belly button. I've had it pierced since 1991. Show us your belly button if you're not a clone. That's a Bob song. All right. I'm going to figure out how to do this too. Decipher. There we go. Rum picked up a donation to the stream. Guys, we're going to start adding it and do this frog will blow. We'll beat the algorithm. We'll figure out how to talk around this a little bit. Last September, it's in Ecclesiastic 3:1. Okay, cool. Yeah. But, anyways, brothers, sisters, yeah, good stuff. But as long as you're producing fruit in here that's aligned with the celestial gospel or the gospel that's taught here at HD Fat, the HD is not for the quality of what you're seeing, it's the content. Kind of like Martin Luther. Remember what he said? The king, remember? He said, no one take your crown. That was Christ in Revelation 3:11. Remember? His bit is John at the island of Patmos, visited the gold mines. So I don't know where you put your treasure, but anyways, I need to see if I can give you guys moderators the status to give the wrench. Can you give a wrench? I don't think you give a wrench. I might have to go back and give some of you guys a different, because I don't mind giving the wrench out, you know what I'm saying? Um, too, but I want you guys to tell me, and we'll definitely see, because there's a standard moderator, and I think of, as of now, the only two people that I have the ability other than myself to actually change or do other things on the channel, because they just give everybody a standard moderator, or there's another moderator where I think you can actually, because if I'm going to give you part of the family, I'm not going to give you any less with the wrench. You know, if somebody's an unclean moderator, I'm sure everybody could say, hey, we need to get this person, they tricked us or something. They came in and started producing fruit and something happened. They turned into a bad apple. You know, it happens. You know, little leaven leavens the whole lump. Uh, so yeah, there's so, like, Sabrina, can you mod somebody? Can you give somebody the wrench, Sabrina? Sabrina, can you give anybody the wrench? I don't think you can. I think you can time out, but you can't. And I'll go back and change that. Own up on this Facebook thing too. Crazy. Huh. Okay. So. Okay, Sabrina, I just gave you a moderator ability to moderate, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not sure if you'd be able to moderate anybody, but I changed your moderator status. So we'll see if you can. Next person that produces, you know, like I said, it's been come in, Sabrina, that's been here for a minute, like yourself, or somebody that's maybe been in here that you've been watching. I don't want to have to give everybody the wrench, you know. And you know, they can be here for a little while as long as they're producing, you know, good content like we're talking about. Well, this is an HD fat chat only, so, you know, high desert faith and truth, and so we want to make sure that we've got people that are putting good stuff in here. You know what I'm saying? They just want to add. If nobody else comes, that's fine. We can just keep who we got, but, you know, Father will provide. He's the one who separates the wheat from the chaff. Remember, we're the net. The net not knows what it catches, just does the job of the net. We're supposed to be fishers of men, women. Remember, man and woman, one race, the human race. That's it. There's no other races. What do people? There's culture, ethnicity. We're human beings. People have lost their humanity. There's an invasive species trying to whack us all. Remember, whack the nation, the governments. You know, the governments are not here to save you. You better find your own way and create your own system, because they didn't do very good. The government screws up everything they get their hands on, brothers, sisters. Look what they do. So I don't sup with vipers and cast my pearls before swine. Remember, swine are pigs. People in government. See, pigs. You just thought I was talking about those road raiders. I know, I used to be one. Remember, I used to be a clown cop myself, walking around like an idiot, you know, putting people in a rape cage with no victim. Stupid. Stupid me. Stupid is, stupid does. But he says, come out here, my people. You know, learn from your mistakes. One of those people that something happens to you, you're a woman who gets raped, and a guy that gets raped, it happens to both, you know, and your whole life. Oh, I'm not saying that's not, you know, a hard thing. That's as closest thing to murder to me, if you ask me. I think I'd rather be murdered than raped. So you have to live with that for the rest of my life. But, you know, people stumble on that the rest of their life. Oh, I'm less of a person. No, you're not, you know. Okay, cool. Does that make sense, brothers, sisters? And there are people who are like, no, I'm a stronger woman because that happened to me. I'm not less of, I'm a stronger man. Happened to me as a kid. I don't go do this to other people. I don't let this get in my way. Actually, this is like a faceted diamond, you know. Remember? Shine bright like a diamond. Every time you take that lick, you get another facet. It's supposed to make you shine brighter. Remember, every lick, every time that's another place to shine. Remember, not shine above others. That's pride. Heck yeah. You ever seen somebody's been through hell? They're hard and they're, heck yeah, you know when you look at them. They're beautiful. And not that, you know, naked, take me kind of, who told you were naked kind of way. But, you know, it's like a woman that's got some racing stripes, man. She's been through some races. I'm a, you know, see, that's beautiful. You know, she's got, what are you talking about? You know, when we get hardened, brothers, sisters, you know what I'm saying? There you go. It makes us stronger, guys, and it makes us even more beautiful if people would look at it like that, like a diamond. Every time you get licked or faceted or something, he whacks that part of you off and it hurts. Now you've got that surface where that light is allowed to shine from within, because that's how that diamond, if you understand how that works more than, you know, it's the purity, the clarity, this, it comes from the facets and the clarity, and he's pure inside you. So let him, you know, just keep beating the snot out of you, because it's giving you the opportunity to shine. Not like pride. That's not what I'm talking about. Pride is when you shine above, you know, you need to be that beacon of light in the dark place. So if you've got more facets, then it's probably going to be when people lose their instrumentation, lose their way, or in the broad way, and they need to be shown to the hados, the narrow way. All your instrumentation goes out in a ship or something, you're flying, you can't find. Look at that light. Oh, we need to go towards the light. You know what I'm saying? Go towards the light. Go towards the light. So that's what you're there to do. You're just be that light. Just keep sharing his word. Keep sharing his word. Remember that boomerang effect? Throw it out, and Father will come back and just whack them. Like, whoa, that makes sense now. Hallelujah. Okay, so I'm gonna get myself something. I don't know. You know what? Uh, I haven't bought any soup. I always make my own soup. And I don't know why the other day I was at the store and I bought a can of soup. I'm just gonna throw that on there. Be quick, because I like to cook things more from scratch. So, um, turning silver and gold refined. Yep. And remember, Barbara, to make silver and gold pure, to purify it, that's not a slow process. That's the process of redemption, salvation, you know, baptism. All these things are a long process to make silver and gold refined, as he tells us we're supposed to be refined like that. Purify ourselves as he purified himself. That purification process comes with a heavy, long heat. Strong heat. It takes a lot of heat and a lot to get it to, if you ever seen a crucible, you got to bring that up to high heat before that slag, the impurity, starts burning off. So it's got to be in there for a long time. That's God wrecking us to make us pure. Taking the impurities out of us. Remember, Paul says, cut off the outer man, the flesh, the circumcised, the outer man, the woman, right? The laws of flesh. Just let that impurity come off, but it's going to take a long time. So not just, yeah, thank you, Barbara. Appreciate you're here already. Not only can she produce good, you know, homestead type tips, but spiritual as well. Father, thank you for bringing us Barbara in here tonight. I appreciate. Father is the one. He says, I didn't call out to their hearts, which he tells us is continuously filled with wickedness, to seek after me. Seeking ye shall find. Not one of us would, brothers, sisters. Not one of us would go to Father. Not one of us would. Read what the word says. You ain't bringing anybody to God. We ain't bringing anybody in here. Father brought Barbara here. I didn't bring her here. She ain't coming to Jesus. You can't, Father, he brings you to him. I didn't call out to their hearts. Seeking ye shall find. Ask you shall seek. Knock and I will sup. Remember, these are the things that you want to have a relationship with Father. That doesn't mean that, you know, asking you shall receive. Oh, bring her back. Please bring him back. That was my husband. That was my wife. That was my girlfriend. You know, oh, I lost that loker trout or whatever. You know, knock, right? And I will sup. That's with him. That's the word. He is the word. That's what we don't sup with vipers. So that should apply. That's why it means so much. Asking you shall receive. Seeking you shall find. It's the bis. It's the knowledge, brothers and sisters, that's in that book that's contained. So when you hang, right? Like he hung with those who are in the narrow way. That is your mother. That's what your brothers and your sisters and your mothers are, those that do the will of the Father. That is your bride. That is the bride. That's who's going to have their names called out in that book. That's your family. That's your family. It is. He's the living word. Remember, it lives and reigns within us. The kingdom of heaven is within. Christ in you, brothers and sisters. Father is within. He's watching you. You're not going to get away with anything. You don't need to worry about cameras in the sky and who's watching you, and there's no gods in the sky. He's inside you, and he sees what the whole world does not. Your intentions, you're not going to get away with it. Nobody's getting away with nothing, man. These people think they got away with it when they were in this flesh. They're not going to get away with it after they die. No, they're not. One judgment, one resurrection, right? One lifting, the seventh shofar. At the last trump, it said to be changed in the twinkling of an eye. There ain't no rapture. There's no such word as rapture. There's no getting out of here early. Through much thalipsis, we must go through. That word is tribulation, the Greek word. Study the Greek, please. Get yourself an interlinear Texas Receptus and keep studying that word, one word at a time, and it grows in you. It's a living will, right? He was the testor of that will. Told you, only by faith. And that, remember, you got to put legs on faith. Faith is an action word. No, faith is a noun, but you got to put legs on your faith. Believe is an action word. So you can't believe in Jesus. You can't believe in God. You can't believe in Yeshua. You can't believe. When he says my name, he's talking about an interlinear Texas Receptus, is the scripture that was canonized in the 12th century, where they pulled out every complete word and defined it in the lexicon or your dictionary, modern day English dictionary. Old Testament's called a lexicon. Or you can use your eSword app now, because there's apps like that app where you can use that app to find your Hebrew. It'll say H in the Hebrew, or G in the Greek, or A in Aramaic, because it was translated into the Aramaic. So some of the, even when in the canonization process, they still came to certain words, because remember the time, they'd been over 40 years that they'd wandered, without a temple, without it, they wanted a place. That's where this halakha and this Haggadah and all this perversion and this. But at Constantine, when he did this, the Council of Nicaea, he had 150 Catholics, 150 Christians. I'm not religion, and he took all the words and they defined with the dictionary. They still came to words that they could not. Literal translation and transliteration are two different opposite sides of the spectrums. You know what I'm saying? Transliteration means you literally have not changed the letters or definition. Yod, jot, tittle, there's no change. Not to the that is a transliteration. Translation is, that's your own version. So they did have to translate to their best ability. That's like if you ever done the little train thing in drama or in high school, they did it, or something where if I whispered to, Lady in Red, Lady in Red, I took the Beverly bus down to Beverly Boulevard to Barney's Beanery to buy a bowl of beans, right? And she says that to, let's see who else is in the chat. Says that to Barbara. Barbara whispers that to SOAP, I think SOAP. That's, I can see SOP, like standard operating procedure, and you say that down the line, it's never going to come out the same. It's never going to come out the same. That's called translation. So you don't want to change. So in the 12th century and the interlinear Texas Receptus, they defined it. I don't care about Constantine, and I know exactly who Constantine was. You don't just study the right book. There's only one accepted text. Everything else is rejected. There's a reason why they took and removed 22 of the rejected texts, because they were not aligned with the scripture, with definition, and they feel it has to be defined. You can take your concordance with the interlinear Texas Receptus, and you can take Kristen, what are you doing? What is this person doing in here? What is all this? You're spamming the chat. Okay, so you want to use it's right here, brothers. I'll show you. If you stick with this ministry, you go see Brother Jim Brown. He teaches that. These are the rejected texts. These are the 22 texts that were taken out of the scriptures. These are the rejected texts. Remember, Bible means book. Remember, it wasn't written on paper. This was the canonization process. You couldn't carry this around with you. You had to come to somebody like myself, or somebody who was, a Sadducee, or somebody who could understand the Old Testament, or understand, I don't want to say the Pharisees or even a Sadducee, but I'm saying somebody who knew this word because they'd had to study it and to be able to speak it without seeking you shall find, asking you shall receive, not the eternal abyss that's in this book. He is eternity, so he is the word, so you have to know these books. So Remember there was the apocrypha. So you guys been studying, good. So the only accepted text is the canonized version that was at the Council of Nicaea, where they took all the Hebrew and the Greek and they put them into this paper form as what you know as a Bible. It wasn't written on a Bible; it was written on stone tablets and scrolls. Not like an iPhone tablet. You can use your eSword to help you with this, but each one of these, okay, it has a number above it, and that's where you can take your concordance. First, you get your lexicon to find the word. Old Testament, that's a dictionary. New Testament. See, this book is coded with the Strong's Concordance. There's the Young and there's the Strong's Concordance by the number. So you can study with your concordance and the definition. Definition, word. So every word in this book was defined. This is the only book that's accepted. Everything else is rejected. If you don't have this exact book that I have right here, it's a 4-volume set. There's 53 books in the Old Testament: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. Remember, it's the Torah, the law, but there's 53 in the Old, 13 in the New, for 66 canonized version. Okay, canonized, meaning this is the one where they took and defined every one of the words that were in there. They still came to words that they had to translate. So this is the closest you're going to get. This is an old 12th century book where they took every word out and defined it. I don't care what version you have. I rebuke it. It wasn't defined. I know about the Ethiopian. I have all of it. I have which Enoch, which author. I don't study out of. I've studied all these things, but I don't only teach the gospel, period. You can do that on your own time. Go study. You have a relationship with him. You should be mature. There's 7 things. You tell me right now what 7 things are in this scripture that it tells you to do to be mature. And then maybe I'll talk about something else in these other books, because very seldom will I mention anything out of Jasher or, Enoch or Lilith or any of these other texts. If I study them? Absolutely. I studied them for decades, but I was all over the place. Never could figure out why I couldn't figure this out. You know what I'm saying? So start with the base. He is the rock. He's the Petra. The gospel is the base. You learn the gospel, then you go off and study some of these other things. But if it's not aligned with the gospel, I don't study it. It's trash. Throw it away. Burn it. No, don't burn it. Don't burn Brooks. Sound like Hitler, or Trump. Anyways, anyway, you burn one single word off of my, how many, I've had channels taken down, man. I have 6 channels up. Been here doing this a dozen years, but they don't like people like me. They'll censor your speech. But anyways, you should use these tools that you have so that you can start studying. I don't do the Gospels of Thomas or none of that. I have all that. It's all right. Stay in the gospel is the New Testament, the Old Testament. The ones that were taken out were 22 books. Okay, remember Enoch, the last one. They were trying to take out Revelation, but they can't. Father did not allow that. So I want to hear people, 66 is evil. I kind of used to buy into that nonsense, but listen, 88's eternal, it's pure. If Father wanted there to be 65 books in the canonization process, it'd be 65. If he wanted there to be 89, there'd be 89. He did exactly. Father creates all things. Remember, it says that in these books. So study his word. Okay? Get your base down. He's the rock. Don't build your house on sinking sand. Get yourself a lexicon. And if you're studying out of any other book, you're not going to be able to speak in here. You're not gonna, you're gonna miss words that you can't mess up even a jot. He said you can't. Old Testament. Damn. I got to go outside, guys. And we just had some big crash, and I don't know what that was. That sounded like maybe my solar panel. Did you guys hear that? That was a pretty big. Something sounds like something hit the side of this cabin. Something very large. It's windy out there, so I'm hoping it wasn't my solar panel. Let's check our battery. I need to eat anyways. All right. Let me get my headlamp. Oh. Where'd my headlamp go? There we go. get some winds out of the southwest. Strange direction for it to be a little bit from the southwest. Normally comes from the west or north or straight south. So a little weird. Caught that solar panel, and I hope it's okay. We blew it down pretty far, so we'll see. Arnold, I'll be back. Let me get some food, guys. All the animals have eaten except for me. All of my mules, my chicken mules, my animals. So puppies and kitties and the birds and the ladies and the. Get something in the belly. Get in my belly. So I think I'll make some soup. Haven't had any soup in a country minute. I don't know when the last time I bought a can of soup. I'll make my own soup from scratch. But what do we got here? I don't know why I saw it. Steak and potato. Steak and potato. Oh, I knew it. Look at that. Those pop top things never work for me. Ever. Never do they work. Put some peas in here. That's what we'll do. That's how we'll hop that up. We'll hop that steak and potato. Oh, that doesn't smell very good. That smells like dog food. Some onions. And them peas. Here's some peas. Let's put some peas in there. Some peas. I'm always so good about putting that there. Where is it? Why is that not right in the same spot? Why is it not in the spot? Okay, let's get some fire on that. Some fuego. Fire. Fire. Get some peas. Let's do the whole thing of peas. Why not? Put it all on there. Do it all. Put peas in there. That'll work. That's gonna work. That'll work. That'll work. Put some pepper in there. Pepper. Pepper. These in there. Stir that. Stir that up there. That's a far cry from the soup that I make. Oh well. Is that alright? It's okay. Let that warm up. Cook for a couple minutes. Do its thing. Do its thing. Nowadays, when we do what we do, little beef belly on it. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh yeah, she's going now. He's bubbling. So thanks for coming in, Sabrina. Thanks, Sabrina's. Oh, yeah. We'll probably wrap this up, guys. Yeah, let's go up here. Appreciate you guys coming in. Thanks for the change here. Thanks for the new couple people we picked on. Brought up onto the ministry here tonight. We're going to continue out with this. I think this would be the best way to go instead of just addressing all the nonsense. I kind of bounce off of it, but it's past that. This is time to get ready and have abundance. And if you can share it, great. And if not, then you have some extras for a rainy day. That's better. It's better to have and not need than need not have, right? So you want to be a failure, then don't do anything and just sit there like a bump on a log. And failing to prepare is preparing to fail. So Father's going to make you do these things because you're going to want to help people in the future, not, oh, I'm going to do this all for myself. You're like, hey, there's a great opportunity abound in the future. And if you are on the right side of history, normally you'll do just fine. I think the people who don't do anything about it are the people who are going to struggle. Remember those people who don't try to even get one foot out of the system. They're not going to do well. They're going to be in the new systems, not going to be end of the world. I'm very good at calculating the celestial firmament above your head. We're not, the end of the world is, the end of the world ended back in COVID, as you know it. We're in the new age now of Aquarius. This is the age, we're in a new age. Don't freak out. Very important time in our history, but you can be on the right side of history, and normally the right side, history is the writer is the one who's listened to Father. Remember, he's the one who writes the history. So you should listen to what he tells you to do, because in that book, it's not like there shouldn't be surprises. He tells us you will see the day approaching. So we're here, what I'm saying? Outstanding, Barbara. Thank you so much for blessings. I got 45 here sold. I had 65. I sold Kevin. He gives people bounty. The people that are girded in his service, and I'm not talking sometimes the people, they get it wrong, what they think is wealth, or, like I said, some of us we measure our wealth in acres and ounces, not dollars and cents. So the system doesn't make any sense anymore, brother, sister. It's not here. Why, when you can become your own subsystem and put yourself in a much better position, you know what I'm saying? Um, to have better food, better quality. You can provide better quality than the store can provide you. Are you telling me you can't? If you tried, yes, you can. You can get open pollinated, non-genetically modified seeds that will grow year after year. I think Barbara mentioned something. You can get chickens that you can grow organically and then hatch out chicks that you could grow. You're going to grow better medicinal. I use cannabis because I don't take narcotics. I need it for my back because I'm, in the army, whatever. I can grow better cannabis, medicinal cannabis, than I get at any of these stores. I'm not saying that you can't, but I like to actually have a relationship. You know what I'm saying? Uh, with my ladies. I only have 4 of them, but it's what I use for my medicine. But see, I feel like I can grow much better medicinal cannabis than I can get from the from the local dispensaries and stuff. I'm in a state that where I use it. It helps me. It keeps my sciatica, my nerve from you know um, telling my body that I need to go have surgery. It's been doing that for a long time. So I'm right now. I'm growing the 2 Cobra. These are actually not seeds that I didn't grow, but uh, these are some from strains that I know from a couple of the dispensaries. Some of the people who in Bend, Oregon, who provide the strains, and so I'm pretty picky about it because I do grow medicinally, and I haven't for about 5 years, and I wanted to uh, I wanted to grow again. I'm so busy with this farm. Even my son told me, Daddy, I haven't taken a vacation in 6 years. I haven't grown anything in 6 years. So uh, I am now using a clone from some people I know where they got the strains from. So 2 of them are Cobra, and these are a strain that I forget what the cross, but it's a sativa. It is a sativa. It's super heavy. I sativa. I like the sativa strain myself personally. They're much harder to find, and yeah, I do need people to help. I am looking for people to come help here. If they're spiritual and ready to go and can be self-motivated, absolutely. I want people to come help. I've been trying for a long time. So get a hold of me at Predestined for Light. Say you saw the chat and you want to, just go look through the ministry. You can see what we're doing out here. The other one was white chocolate chip, which I know is another Girl Scout cookie cross. A Girl Scout cookie, and then I have another cookie Girl Scout, which is peanut butter cookie. So 2 of the cookies, 2 of the Cobras. They're the other ones are a cross, obviously. They look like about a 70-30, probably about, again, 70% indica, 30% sativa. The 2 other are sativa, and yep, not giving any medicinal advice. We got to cover. Thank you, Lady in Red, for that. Consult your doctor before doing anything. But this is what I use, what works for me, because I don't like using any kind of narcotics. It actually says in my file they can't give it to me, though. I can sue them if they do. So you can't give me the narcotics. Don't put that stuff. I don't want that stuff in my body. So I like to be a little bit more organic if I can. And I know some people need some things they have to get from doctors, but I'd rather, use something. It's so scary to go in the open anything right now. I don't see how people with all this super fentanyl. I don't take anything. Remember, I don't do that, but to try to do anything just recreational right now, so scary. One pin drop of the wrong thing right now could put you 6 feet under. So just better to use your own, become your own supply chain. You know what I'm saying? So, but guys, I'm going to wrap it up. Like I said, I'm getting a ton of messages here from that other live streamer or the Facebook Homesteading channel. I got a lot of hits, a lot of really positive. And I put that I'm spiritual in there too. So nothing nasty, no nasty comments. A lot of people like, man, that's so cool. You like the Most High, and just a lot of really good chat. So I need to catch up on that because I haven't checked it all day. And because I like spending my time here. This is Yeah, I don't really use Facebook. I only use the marketplace. I mean, I have a Facebook, but I use the marketplace. And I found joined this group that was homesteading. I tried one about a few months ago, and it just turned out to be some kind of meat market. And I'm not looking for a date. I'm looking for some self-reliant people. I don't want a wife. Father's shaping my wife. If I have a wife, she's shaping her right now. I don't want to. I like being single, but you know, it just turned into some kind of meat market type of thing. But it was a homestead channel, and since I could join a group, and since I've been on there, I look back and I had over 100 likes, and like 30 comments on the thing. So I need to go look and see what people are saying. I know when it was earlier when I was on there, and there were people real fair. Like, wow, that's really nice. I've been there. That place is beautiful. I've been out there. It was just a lot of good support. So a lot of things changing here. A lot of yeah, my ladies are my medicinal ladies. They're like a lady. No two grow alike. I've been growing in. I grow some of the best cannabis around. I know that, and it's just because I don't try to go quantity. I try to go the best quality I can possibly grow. So I have ladies, chickens that get laid every day. So I don't need a wife, and I don't have to worry about getting screwed. The government screws me every day. So no, but thank you for you guys. We'll come back. We'll do it again tomorrow. We do this every day normally. If I'm not here, it's because I'm super busy with work and stuff. But I'll even film the build out. I mean, I'm retired. I only have one real major bill, which is for the 20-acre parcel that I have up the road. But I think I'm going to be getting somebody into that parcel very soon. Okay, I have property for sale if you're interested. I have lots of things for sale. I don't want to grift anybody. That's not what I'm here to do. This ministry's paid off. I'm trying to build an additional ministry in South America. If you want to be a part of that, let me know. There's lots of ways to support this ministry without contributing monetarily. Comments are what we want. Good comments, good fruit, and that's all you're ever required to tithe, okay? We have people sit in here and never say a thing. They just glean from you guys' comments. So try to remember, there's people who come out, because this channel's been up for years. It's a shadow banned channel, that they're just sitting there gleaning. They'll come out, hey, I've been here for 2 years and I think I want to say something. And I love that, brothers and sisters, when people kind of come out of the woodwork, because it does. It shows that they're watching us. I've learned more of what I know, honestly, from links and comment sections sometimes than I even do from the blog or whatever I'm studying. I go through those comment sections. I'm like, wow, look at this. They didn't even think about this. And you guys are that comment section. So we really are a very different, unique channel on YouTube. And I think people come in here and think this is some kind of ministry, like it's a religious channel. This is not religious. You know what I'm saying? So definitely enjoy my time here. And if I spend 16 hours a day and stuff, people ask me if I ever sleep. Yeah, I sleep about 3 or 4 hours, and I work about 16 hours a day. So I don't know about you. I'm fine. I do okay. Father's gets me up, lifts me. So got multiple properties for sale out here. Have land, motorcycle, vehicles, you know what I'm saying? And so I appreciate you guys that have, we're going to tighten this ministry up. You know what I'm saying? Stop being a Nimrod hunter. Remember, Nimrod was a mighty hunter with the bow, the bringer of the disease in the cure of the disease. So, anyways, thank you, Father, for the blessing to have patience and just finally get rid of these. That's why we're gonna give the people who produce fruit in here now the wrench, and they'll just rent off stupid comments. So I don't even have to look at them. Whatever. I have a life to live, remember, and I have a ministry that's, I have about 6 jobs that I have, and I haven't retired, so I need to keep busy, and I don't need to clog myself up with people who are trying to dox me and, just try to make my life difficult. Remember, there's way more people on this rock that are evil than good. Father created most people to be evil, so it's in his word. I didn't create them. Father's created, so he does create evil to test us, brothers and sisters. That's all they're here to do, is to test our will. And but do Father's will. Thy kingdom come is the return of the bride. Thy will be done is agape. That's agape love. Thy kingdom come is to walk and follow in the commandments of Father. You know what I'm saying? So watch out for people who vote. Watch out people who are part of this system. They're not become your own system, brothers and sisters. Not time to partake in this world anymore. He said, come out of her, my people. Be in it, but be not of it. Okay? Circumcise the flesh, Paul said in his writings, and that's not the male genitalia. He's talking about this mammon laws. Stop feeding the beast and it'll go away. Or you're gonna be a part of the new beast system. You can, if it comes and gets you, oh well, at least you died trying. At least you weren't part of their system. And that's what Christ wants you to do, is not be a part of it, because he stood up against it and it cost him his life. You know what I'm saying? It cost him his life. If nobody wants to kill you and your life is easy, I don't think you're on the right track. It said, if you were loved by the world, you'd be hated by my Father. And if you deny me, because you're not supposed to hide this light in a basket, in front of your friends, and you're afraid to say this because you're going to lose your job or whatever, then he says, I'll deny you in front of my Father. You have no place in that book. You will not be at the wedding. You will blot your name out by self-will. So thy kingdom comes, the return of the bride. Do you understand? We just need to walk and follow in his commandments. That's what agape love is. It's 2 John 6. It's to walk and follow. And he commands us to take our cross up daily. So we must be crucified. We must suffer for his shem, for his name. Not Jesus, not God, not you, for all of those words under this new covenant. And if we defile any one of them, then that's the other gospel. So stick to the gospel. That's why I'm only gospel based in here. I've read all these other books. I have them, the Quran. I have a whole library. I've built a $500,000 storm shelter just to archive the word of the Father. That's it. That's what it is. It's an ark. It will help if I get hailstones. It'll help for wind. It does a lot. I mean, it doubles as a lot of different things. It's a storage ark for food and all, but it's built to archive the word of the Father, so that 1,000 years from now, somebody might find that archive. People left in their lives, as you know it, brothers and sisters, and spent time taking sure that I have studied for decades these people's writings, petroglyphs, all these different. I speak 100 languages, probably language you don't even understand, ciphers, codes. Okay, these people left us a tremendous amount of knowledge, wealth just beyond you could treasure. That knowledge is my treasure, not time, not money. Okay, that's what I treasure the word. Father is that knowledge. He is the celestial more than anything is my forte, because of who he made me as a magi. But you understand, this is something that most people lack, and brothers and sisters, no questioning. Father, you don't change anything in his book. He made it very clear in the Old Testament. The wages of one sin was death, and you can't even change a jot under this New Testament. So that's why I don't try to be wandering off in all these other texts, because they're not aligned with the gospel, and I can't, it just doesn't do anything for me anymore. From time to time, but only thing is a gospel-based ministry. Most people don't even know what the gospel is. 99% of the people on the street do not know Christ. Have a relationship with him, not a religion. So this isn't a religious channel, just so you know. I'm not religious. I rebuke religion. I can't stand that. They're not. He's the word. He's not a religion. He doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. Those I tattoo by hands at. The most, MOST, hasn't been working, but the Most High, that's what that says right there. In purple, like royalty, because he is not some queens and kings. And remember, two kings, two crowns, and another king crown right there. So which king are you going after? The king of Revelation, the one's locked up in the pit, Satan, Apollyon. That's Jesus Christ, birthed in the middle of the winter. Religious, Jesus, December 25th, Mass, the whole world spun, brothers, sisters. That's why he said, come out of her, my people. And if you did, all this stuff would be blatantly obvious. Seeking ye shall find. He'll show you the way. The way is the Hados. That's what he said. I am the way. He is the way. The only way to the Father is through the Son. And that is the gospel, not anything else, brothers and sisters. He blotted out the handwritings of ordinances in the book of Colossians 2:14. Once written on stone, tablet scrolls is now sprinkled with the blood of the Lamb on fleshy tables of our hearts. So it's a spiritual table that we sup at, and that's what you come in here to do. Sup. Do not sup with vipers. Only sup with those that are in the narrow way. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? So that's how it works. We do not, this is a HD fat chat only. If you are not a part of this ministry and you're not producing fruit, you'll be you'll be cast right out of here. You're producing unclean fruit. One bad apple, not good. He says, guard my commandments, right? Guard them. Boom. So that's what we do in here. I'm not going to allow you to change his word, even a single letter, not a single jot or a yod. So you would know the difference there is soap than passion and anger. What do you talk about being mad? Go take your little Sex Pistol, lollipop, little Christian cracker Jesus somewhere else. You're watered down. This is the meat. We don't drink milk here that's watered down. You're watered down. You don't know the difference between passion and anger. You have a problem. You're a bootlicker is what you are. You're a pig licker is what you are. You're watered down. You support this. You lick this beast and you bow down to it. I'd rather die standing 10 toes. If I'm going to go on my knees, it's when it says in Scripture, every knee will bow. Then I will bow. Till then I will stand up 10 toe. Passionate. Not angry. Not mad at anybody. Anybody mad at God, he still keep me in this damn meat suit that I want to get off me so I go back to who the hell I am. I ain't this flesh. Nothing I ever owned defined who I was, or ever will be. I'm who I am after I left, remember? Famous? Nah, I ain't trying to be famous. Infamous is what I'm gonna be. You will wait and see, because I don't care what they say about me right now. I only care what happens after I die. And I die to flesh every single day. Deny yourself daily. Take up your cross daily, brothers, sisters, and follow after Christ. He said, Hados, I am the way. That means to be in the same narrow way, not one above another. That is pride. Okay? That's why we stick this. You're not going to have come in here if you're prideful or you got some other gospel. You're not allowed here. HD, not for what you see, high definition. That's high desert. So we're out here in the desert, and the fat was the better part of the meat. That's what they call the better part was the fats. It's faith and truth. You're not part of the ministry. It's okay. Don't worry about it. We don't want you here. Ask yourself, what would Jesus do? What would Christ do? Absolutely. OCD. You too can be OCD like me. We're all so OCD in here. Not some mental disorder. We called it attention to detail in the military. It's on Christ daily. Ask yourself, are you OCD? You too could be OCD for free 99. Sign up now. Let's see what you're going to put in the chat. We'll know you by your fruit. We'll sign you up. We'll give you the wrench. All right. I'm enjoying it already, brothers. This is a much better channel that's going to develop into what we need it to be. Thank you, Father, for help refining me here. Seriously, this is working a lot better. Okay. We'll work on trying to figure out how to do this wrench thing a little more efficiently. So love you, brother, sister. I stay in here with you all night, but I've got tons of people I didn't contact today, and this is my family, so I don't care about anything else other than what's going on here. I don't have anything else to do in this ministry, nothing else to do. There's nothing else in my life other than I want to do than this ministry right now. And if something else comes in my life, like I said, I told you I have somebody else that I'm working with here. You know, I'm not going to put this is first. Christ always comes first. You know, that's what this ministry is. I can't, you know, like I said, I can't imagine my life without having this now. So what a bounty he has given me. What a blessing we all have to be here. You know what I'm saying? And so we'll see you again on the next broadcast. Remember the broadcast? This is a black sheep, you know, broadcast. We're the ones that are set apart. You know what I'm saying? We are. You know, if you're following Christ, you're in prison. That's what happens. Your family hates you. Your friends hate you. That's the word theolobo. It's a Greek word. I'll come teach you more. That's theolobo. To be pushed on both sides because they don't. Got to get pushed into that narrow opening, that straight gate. So that's what happens. If life's easy right now, you're probably not doing it right. You ain't taking no flack. You ain't over the target. Okay? You got to take flack. Seriously. You're not here to be loved by the world. They say you love by the world. You be hated by my Father. You know what I'm saying? So this is a family. If you want to be here, just produce fruit. That's all you got to do is be a part of this family. It's not like it's some big complicated. You ain't got to be this religion, that religion. This is not a religion. Just show fruit in here. You know what I'm saying? Just show fruit and you'll be fine. And you'll find, go see Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries. Okay. Grace and Truth Ministries. Grace and Truth Ministries. You want to get hardcore gospel? Go over there. Brother Jim's hardcore gospel. You want hardcore celestial knowledge and some, what's going on. The president's a PDF file. And so is, you know, Joe and all that other, we bring it hard here too. A little harder than Brother Jim Brown brings it, don't we? But that's okay. if you need I'm not saying he brings the gospel harder than I could ever bring it. I couldn't even hold a candle to the wind when it comes to Brother Jim Brown. He is an amazing teacher and a pastor. And I have spent hours and hours and hours with him on the phone. His wife, Sister Mary, I love the gospel. I love grace and truth. This channel would not be here if Brother Jim Brown said, you can't be a loner out there, Tracy, and just study the gospel all the time and just stay there by yourself. Even my son told me, Dad, all you ever do is the word. You don't do anything else. You don't do anything but the word. And I'm just fine with that. Oh, come on, Tracy. Not everything's about God. Tell me, he said he created all things, right? So how's that not possible? Oh, wait, how's that even possible that it's not? So get out of my face. Get out of my space. All right, love you, brothers, sisters. Thanks for your outstanding chat. I think this might be the best chat we really ever had. I'm serious. I mean, I don't want to just, this was excellent, guys. This is where we're going to bring it up like this every time. And we're going to really get rid of a lot of this. It's up to you now. You guys got to get rid of them. You know what I'm saying? We'll get more moderators in here, right? Because we'll turn anybody who's producing fruit into a moderator. And they won't come in here and say nothing. God, man, every time we go in there, there's just nothing but moderators in there. We should have done this a long time ago. But hey, have you not enjoyed the last few years, brothers, sisters, minus the cursing? Obviously, I'm working on that. Bouncing off these trolls. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed having a learning from others people's, you know what I'm saying? I'm not chastising them I'm saying this is where your correction. You're in the broad way. Here's where the narrow way is at. That's all we've done with these, or get them out of here, either way. So you guys are this ministry now. You guys are an amazing part. Thank you. Much agape, James. Come back when you got time. That is your required. Remember, it says in the book of Malachi, when you find a man that's feeding you the meat, give him 10% of your Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, your earnings. Remember, I don't want any of that. I want your time. You can't print time. You just can't print it. You can't make it, and you can't print it. So ain't no way in hell that I traded time for knowledge that you're going to tell me that money's worth more than time. It's not. It's not even close. It doesn't hold a candle to the wind. So go see Jim Brown. He's got 4 decades of time studying on me, and he can really bring you centered so you can stop trying to learn, unlearn, and then relearn one word at a time. And it starts going in. It fits so perfect, guys. You're like, wow, that word is alive. Now it's making sense. It feels good when it starts coming in, and what you're reading is the truth, the aletheia, and then you get Brother Jim is just so amazing with his, just go see Grace and Truth Ministries here on YouTube. He does live stream. He has over 4,000 teachings. He'll send you free CDs. He doesn't want your money either. If you choose to tithe to him, he brings in $1 million a year on that ministry. And I even think this channel is bigger than his channel now. And I don't really bring in they didn't even pay me my AdSense last month. That was a bummer, guys. That really hurt my feelings because that's your guys' money that you send. Remember, I just recently monetized the channel because I don't want to give the money to YouTube. They take 30% of your earnings. The hell with that. That's why I have Cash App, PayPal, and the other ones so I can, put it towards the ministry and not let YouTube have it. That's why I did not monetize this channel. I don't want to give the money to YouTube. So I don't want to take even a single dime from anybody, brothers and sisters. Imagine I have abundance, land for sale, all this. I'm retired and somebody ties the ministry and here it gives me something that they needed. Go help somebody in your area. Go help somebody in your family. You know what I'm saying? So if you give, that's because remember, a tithing is something that says that it is something you're not supposed to even say anything. You just give it and it's selfless. You don't expect anything in return. And that's how that's what tithing is about. If you tithe in here, you don't get any. We had a large tithe, not that anything like Brother Jim Brown came in or anything like that, but I put it in silver, brother, sister, so that I wouldn't spend it so we can put it back and build back our South American ministry fund. And we're working on it. Every day, every day I try to work on that South American ministry too, even though we're still up here in North America. So we're going to expand the ministry. The ministry is going to grow. The homestead's going to grow. We're going to get bodies out here living at this homestead, brothers, sisters. Off-grid lifestyle is the way to go, man. I'm telling you, it doesn't mean because you live off-grid that you can't have all the amenities like you live. You know what I'm saying? So come back when you have some more time. That is the only requirement that I'm asking you, not requiring you, but truly 10%. You can find 10% of your time sometime, anytime will be okay with me. Okay. So what a blessing that it is to have people around you that are willing to support you. And you will find that over at Grace and Truth Ministries, an excellent live stream over there. No trolls over there, none of that. Here, we're going to narrow it out. We're going to narrow the trolls out. It was already better. This is way, way, way better. And so he said, I am the way. So the only way to the Father is through Shiloh. And I'll teach you who Shiloh is if you don't know who Shiloh is too. That's my love. That's my love, Shiloh. The scepter shall not depart from Judah. Okay, the scepter sign. I'm a celestial, the abyss is he's given me a blessing to share that with you. Like no other YouTube channel does. I've collaborated some of the other contents, creators who've done some similar work, but this is a very unique one-off ministry. Remember, he said in the book of Jeremiah, I knew you before you were in the womb. I set you aside. That's us, brothers, sisters, the set apart, the ones that are imprisoned and enslaved, and the whole world doesn't like them at all. I hope this world hates you, brothers and sisters. I hope this world hates you. But I love you. Much agape. Okay, Pastor Revelation, thanks again for your time today. And we'll be back again and do another broadcast. Remember, broadcast means to sow seeds. He said the enemy came and sowed seeds while you were sleeping. So don't go to sleep, okay, till the next time you get here. I'm not saying don't go get some rest tonight. Go lay down and get in bed and get some rest, but don't go spiritually sleep on me, okay? Stay awake. Remember, the wise men continued to watch. They didn't fall asleep after the Star of David. They continued to watch, or they wouldn't have seen the scepter sign. If you don't know what that is, I'll teach you again. We'll talk about that the next time we come in here. Now he says, call no man teacher, because that's the word prophet, and a false teacher is a scorpizzo. I am that celestially, so be careful. It is the strongest celestial. It's stronger than any other celestial marker in the celestial firmament, brothers, sisters, this scorpizzo. But remember, he comes back when he returns, and he crushes the head of that serpent, the scorpizzo, the false teacher, when he returns. The very first people he deals with are the people who screw up his words, brothers, sisters, the people who talk about his words and make even the slightest change in his words, even the slightest. Don't change his words. Just start studying one word at a time. It'll start coming to you a lot easier. It really will. And we have all the study tools here for you to do it. What a blessing this ministry is. Hallelujah. Thank you, Father. Pastor Revelation. Revelation is to reveal. Pull off the lies to reveal the truth. And that's what we do every single day. Welcome to the ministry. Okay? Welcome to the apocalypse. We're there. We made it. Whoa.